Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Right. Madam Clerk, before I lose these, on the record, I'm handing you back these two exhibits. I'm going to have marked for identification the information I asked from the parties this morning. I've just handwritten on whose is who, so that can be marked as the next step. I think it might be N for identification, the first two pages that I asked for from both of the parties.
Oh, you want them both to be in? You don't want them
They can go together. It's okay. My handwriting on the top as to whose is who. All right, do we need to discuss anything before we bring Mr. Mutlu in?
I have a few things that I would like to discuss. It could be after Mr. Mutlu, but there are a few things before the jury comes in that I would like to discuss about witnesses that I'm going to be doing directs of today.
All right, why don't we discuss that now?
Thank you. Could we see you at the side of the bench?
Oh, sure.
Thank you very much.
sliding off the back of my chair. Hold on a second. All right, we can have Mr. Mutlu in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call Mr. Jem Mutlu.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
Just step up, just watch your step. Slide this chair underneath. You can have a seat. Do me a favor, just keep your voice up and speak. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Excellent, we can hear you. I'm just going to ask if you can keep that microphone reasonably close to you, sir. Can you please spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. It's officially spelled C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And can you state your name for us, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
And, sir, right now I'd like to just focus on asking you some questions about a conversation you had with Anna Walshe on December 29th of 2022. Why did you call her that day? Why did you two talk that day?
I called her to congratulate her on her closing.
And how long was the conversation?
I believe it was about 45 minutes.
And besides congratulating her on the closing, what else did the two of you talk about?
We caught up as friends. We talked about plans and also her life at the time, how she was feeling, and yeah, we caught up on a number of things.
Okay, so what did she tell you about her life at the time?
That what I got from it was that there were some issues, marital issues included, and yeah, and that she was, I told her, I said, I don't want you to be too strong. Have you considered therapy? And she said yes.
Okay. What is your memory of what she said as far as marital issues? And not your feeling, but what you remember the conversation to be, sir.
Sure. Part of it was that she was going back and forth from D.C., which was taking a toll on her, and the fact that that Brian had not been able to leave Massachusetts, so the children were here, and that was a huge burden on her psyche, and that, you know, there were other issues. I don't recall with precision as to what they were. I do recall clearly making a mental note to say, this is going to be a much longer conversation, face-to-face, together, and a conversation, obviously, we never had an opportunity to have.
Okay, so within that conversation, when she had discussions with you about marital issues, it was I want to make sure that we've got this right. The difficulty of traveling, was that it, one of them, for work?
The fact that she was not seeing the children
Okay.
frequently.
All right,
Yeah,
so that's more accurate, and I don't want to misstate what you're saying, sir.
That's correct.
Not seeing the children, and was also another part of it that Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts.
that's correct.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir. I want to make sure that I'm getting your memory of the conversation. Is that what your memory of the conversation is?
Well, my memory of the conversation is that they had marital issues and that she was seeking counseling for all the difficulties in her life, including marital issues.
Okay.
And I encouraged her to do the same because she's a very strong person. And
Yes.
yet I specifically remember telling her, I don't want you to be too strong.
Okay. And within the marital issues, did she say specifically what the marital issues were?
I don't recall going into detail during that conversation. There was
Okay.
another conversation we had in the summer. I remember that the parts of that conversation. That was almost a 2-hour-long conversation. I was in Puerto Rico at the time, and she and I had a lengthy conversation. At that time, she said that that Brian's art fraud case was taking its toll, that attorney fees were piling up, and that there was a lot of strain financially, a lot of difficulty, and yeah.
Okay. But more to the point of December 29th, I'm going to ask you again.
Yeah.
Did she say anything in the December 29th conversation with you about Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts?
I don't recall with precision. I recall the feeling of it. I do not recall with precision as to whether those words in particular were spoken.
Certainly. And do you have any memory of when she discussed marital problems with you on December 29th, any issues of not seeing the children, of her stating that?
Again, I do not recall with precision what words were spoken.
Okay.
That was the gist of a lot of her problems.
Okay. So when you say that's the gist, is that the gist from the December 29th conversation, or is that your understanding of her overall problems?
I believe it's both.
Okay. All right. So now I want to ask you about New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, did you see Anna texting at all?
I did.
And from what you know of New Year's Eve, not from what people told you afterwards, do you know who she was texting to?
Yeah. That I recall, I believe she was texting Abdullah. I believe she was texting Will Fasto. And I believe she may have been texting Emily, a mutual friend, and other people were texting her. It was New Year's Eve, so there was a lot of back and forth texting. Yeah.
And how do you know this from New Year's Eve? What did you experience, see, or what did you experience on New Year's Eve that lets you know this?
I was sitting right next to her at the kitchen table.
And did she ever say, now the three of, did you ever
Kitchen
take?
counter.
Kitchen counter.
Yeah.
Did you ever?
Stools on the counter there?
Yes, there were stools on the counter.
And were you and Anna seated on
On the same side. On the
Okay.
same side. I was seated here and she was to my left.
directly side by side?
Directly side by side.
Did she ever show you her phone that night? When she was sitting with you there?
She had her phone with her. She took a picture of us that night. Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. With the picture, do you remember who she sent it to that night? Not, and this is what I'm really going to focus you, sir, is that night, not what people told you afterwards, do you have a memory of who she may have sent the picture you took with her that night?
I believe that she said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto.
And, sir,
Out loud, she said that?
I believe so. I believe she said that to me that night. Let's take a picture out loud. Yes, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. Again, I do not remember it with precision, but I do remember the picture being taken. Yeah.
and sir, is it fair to say that along the lines of that statement, you told that to me yesterday at lunch? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you told me that before, to your memory?
I do not recall.
Okay. And on New Year's Eve, did you have any conversations with Anna about marital problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Brian about marital problems?
No.
And I think that that covers the subject matter of the Wad here. So I have no further questions at this point in time.
Good
Thank you.
morning. You had just mentioned a conversation that you had with Ms. Walsh on the 29th of December.
Yes.
If I could just have you lean into that mic so we can hear you. Thank you.
Sure.
And during that conversation, you told us that she mentioned, I think it was difficult to be away from her kids.
I believe so, yes.
And I think you had said at one point that it was difficult to travel back and forth.
I believe so. I mean, those are things that I knew about her anyway. We were very close friends.
Well, let me just stop you. When you say those were things you knew about her anyways,
Yes.
what we're trying to do is focus you on things that she told you herself during that conversation. So as you sit here right now, do you have a memory of specifically what she told you herself on that 12:29 phone call?
I do not remember everything that was said during a 45-minute conversation with Anna that night.
So let me just jump in here for a second. You had a conversation with Anna Walsh on December 29th, 2022.
I did.
And you remember the conversation was about 45 minutes long.
That's correct.
So what I want you to distinguish between, sir, is you don't have to remember the exact words that she used these years later, but you have to have a memory that she actually said what you're discussing, as opposed to this feeling, this gist. Do you have a memory that she, even if you don't remember the exact words, that she did discuss with you, for instance, what Council just said, this idea of being troubled by not seeing the children?
So, again, shortly after, I discussed, I explained over a 2.5 hour statement to Detective Harrison what I remembered because it was all fresh. And that testimony you do have. Okay. What I do not remember.
I assume you reviewed that in connection with your testimony here today?
I'm sorry?
Have you reviewed your prior statements to the police?
I have not. Right. No, I have not. I have not. So it's been 3 years, and that's why some of the very words that were spoken, I do not remember. I do remember very specifically having made a mental note to say, she has told me that there are marital issues, that she is seeking counseling, that it's been hard on her, and that this gets to be a much longer conversation. So I made that note, and I was going to reach out to her after the New Year's Eve event to schedule a time in person to speak about those issues.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You used the term marital issues. When you first started talking to us this morning, you stated what I got from the conversation. And you had told us that, you were close with Anna, right?
Yes, very close.
So when you say that you got from her, was it just your feeling that during this conversation that she was having marital issues, or she specifically said the words marital issues?
I do not recall her using the words marital issues. I recall her talking about problems with Brian.
And when you say problems with Brian, the two that you have specified were being away from the children and going back and forth from work.
I'll take a minute to try and remember if there was anything else that was that I can remember right now.
Well, and he previously testified today that Brian not being able to come to DC.
So the feeling that you got was that she was having marital issues, but it wasn't a statement that she said to you.
No, it was, she did mention problems. She did mention issues. I just don't recall her using the words marital issues.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like us to be heard at Sidebar? I'm happy to say, Your Honor, I think that...
Hold on. Now you may speak.
Thank you, I apologize.
All right.
I don't have eyes back here. So...
You are unmuted.
Witness stated she told me there are marital issues, and then when asked about the term marital issues, he stated that there were problems in the marriage, being away from the children and traveling back and forth from work. I would suggest that those come from that conversation, and that is absent of a feeling or a gist and would be admissible. And I would ask, and I would actually even lead on that, just to make sure that we're going to the right portion, and I'm not misstating what he said.
Well, I'll hear from the defense both with regard to the initial argument and also what's your position if I do let what's your position with regard to leading?
I would object. I don't think it's appropriate or necessary. He's a grown man. If there's an objection, I will make it. I don't think this is appropriate to lead this particular witness where they want him to go. With respect to the testimony, I don't think he should be able to use the term marital issue or marital problems. He was consistently pressed about what Anna told him. It's clear that this was his feeling, his characterization of that conversation. The purpose of this hearsay exception is to admit specific statements of a witness to show state of mind or motive. It is not a chance for this witness to pontificate about his feelings and responses to that witness. So I think he should be limited to just what she said, and I would object if he starts talking about marital problems or marital issues, because I believe that was his characterization.
All right. So as I said to him, he doesn't have to remember the exact words that she used. What he needs to remember is that she actually said it to him. It seems to me there are at least 3 things that he recalls her saying to him, maybe not the exact words, but they, as you just went through, that the back and forth was taking a toll on her, not seeing the children. I don't know if you put those 2 as one. That Brian hadn't been able to leave Massachusetts, and that was a huge burden on her psyche, I think is what he said. I think those are fair statements that he can bring in. I don't think he's had the benefit now of this voir dire in which he's gotten a little bit of legal instruction. I don't know how it's going to play out real time with regard to that word marital problem, marital issues. But I suspect we'll take that as it comes. He may stay away from that just because he's just been cautioned and just been sort of made aware of the distinction of that he doesn't recall her using those words. So I suspect he won't bring that out. If he does, we'll either clarify it by saying, do you have any memory of her actually using those words? And I will entertain a motion to strike. But I think the general gist of he remembers enough of that conversation that some of it's going to come in, the 3 parts that I have indicated. Because it came up, I'd rather get out in front of this issue than being in the backside of it. Is the Commonwealth intending to bring up during his examination the Puerto Rico conversation?
No, Your Honor, that is the first I heard of it. I wouldn't do that.
All right. And then the other information that he provided, I guess, to the Commonwealth yesterday. That Anna said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. I assume the defendant isn't objecting to that.
We're not, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else we need to cross?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
What time is it? Oh, they're already here. It's great. We can bring them in and then we'll get to it.
Your Honor, could I just have that break to talk to the witness?
You may. I'm just going to stay on the bench and take some notes. But
I will be right back.
you can go do that.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, if I may step out for a moment as well.
You may.
Thank you.
Welcome back, folks. Let's get to what's next in your next weather forecast here. We're talking about mild temperatures taking over the region again today, along with some spot shower chances moving back in. We have a warm front moving north into the region, followed by a cold front arriving later today. So you know what that means. That means colder air moving in, and also winds are going to be gusty as well as we switch out from a bit of a high pressure to low pressure there. And also those drier conditions will be taking over, and that'll propel us right into the weekend here. Keeping an eye on some game day snow for us on Sunday as we extend our sunrise times. We're kind of pushing things back here. Later sunrises, later sunsets, but we're actually going to be getting an earlier sunset as we start to see a bit of that January flow move back in. So again, we're mild today. This is actually going to be the mildest over the next 7 before the coldest moves on in by the end of the 7-day. We'll talk about that. But look at the range of 30s that we have outside right now with the mid 40s out on the islands as well. We can thank the southwest winds for that. They're going to be gusty later today, about 15 to 20 miles per hour. I'm not even expecting 25 mile per hour gusts, but even if they go above 20 mile per hour gusts there, maybe topping out around 21, maybe even 22 there. So we're giving you an extra heads up here on this Wednesday morning, everybody. Go ahead and make sure that your inflatables, those holiday inflatables in the yard, are properly secured because we actually have even higher gusts coming into the forecast for tomorrow. We're going to be right around 50 degrees for some areas south and east of town later on today. 44 is the average. So even going above average, I think we'll take it for this time of year, courtesy of the past 9 days being well below average, especially this past Monday and also last Friday. I'm not sure if you remember that. As rain chances ramp up towards the evening commute, that means we're actually going to put us back into the yellow in terms of an evening commute, sort of heads up there. I'm not expecting a whole lot of rain. Okay, we're actually going to have more drier air moving back in rather than a lot of wet and moist conditions there. We'll be around 35 to 40 plus mile per hour gusts for tomorrow afternoon behind the front. So let's walk this thing forward here. Keep an eye on the clock and your place on the map. Green starts to move back in on our weather palette, friends, as we near the evening hours. They're right around the drive at 5. And as we start to see some of that colder air moving back in, I think we also have a chance of some wintry mix now beginning to crawl eastbound out of the Berkshires and make its mark towards the Worcester County area. That's meaning central Mass. The northern portion of the state into Vermont and also New Hampshire, that'll likely gobble up the most of snow. We're expecting that to be plowable, so don't worry about any sort of heavy snow there. 1 to 3 inches is going to be within that range. But as that frontal boundary begins to push even farther east, we'll start to get some of that colder weather kind of slipping down in that column of air. So we actually may have a few dusting, maybe up to a few extra flakes as we near the midnight hour. After that, though, friends, we're pretty much dry, but also gusty. This is sort of the anvil of that colder air on the leading edge. But as all of this rain that you see there, this area of low pressure, remember they are counterclockwise, is going to wrap around and it's going to propel some of that milder air along with those rain showers into the region, which is why we're going to have sort of a split axis as we get towards the late evening hours. For the most part, we're dry as of right now. A few blowing flakes beginning to move into northern Mass and eventually move out of the Merrimack Valley. But again, this is mainly going to be a visual and probably just a few flakes. We're back to the mid-20s by Monday and climbing to around 30 degrees on Tuesday, so plenty of cold still lies ahead.
Well, a new law banning children under 16 from social media is now in effect in Australia. It is the first ban of its kind anywhere in the world. WBZ's Samantha Cheney is live in her satellite center with the controversy behind it and whether or not something similar could happen here, Sam.
Well, Brianna, it definitely is a conversation starter. While Australia's Prime Minister says this decision came straight from parents whose children's mental health was being affected by social media use, others, they say that the ban hurts democracy and free speech. The new law bans children under the age of 16 from using social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Threads, Snapchat, YouTube, TikTok, Kick, Reddit, Twitch, and X, while gaming and messaging platforms like WhatsApp, Discord, and Roblox are still available. We're told companies that don't block kids could face a fine of up to $33 million. The decision has sparked outrage across the country, with some saying it's necessary, while others, they say they disagree.
Why are they not trusting us with the responsibility of having an account? Like, a lot of my friends have jobs, especially at this age.
I think the government has to do something, and I think if it's successful in Australia, which I think it probably will be, the rest of the world will probably follow.
Now, the tech industry has disagreed with Australia's ban, but companies, they say they'll implement it with age verification technology. Some lawmakers here in the U.S., they have pushed for regulations just like this one, but so far nothing has come together. Brianna?
All right, Sam, thank you. Well, happening this morning, Boston City Councilor at large Julia Mejia will host a press conference demanding updated cost estimates for White Stadium, the renovation project happening there. Mejia says residents deserve transparency about rising costs as the city deals with significant fiscal pressures. She's also filed a resolution calling for Boston Public Schools to better include the public in decisions to permanently close schools and move around students. She wants the district to release the data that's informing those decisions. Well, 2 dolphins are undergoing an evaluation after being rescued in Wareham. The Wareham Department of Natural Resources says the dolphins became stranded near Beaver Creek during low tide on Monday morning. Both of them were pulled from the marsh and checked out. It's not clear when they will be released. The Boston skyline could soon include a large J.P. Morgan Chase sign. The banking giant is seeking the city's approval to install and put its name on a 77-foot sign on the roof of the new South Station Tower. That's according to our partners at the Boston Business Journal. J.P. Morgan Chase has not yet signed a formal lease at the 51-story building. Well, it is the holiday gift that no one wants, stress. But according to a new poll this year, even more people are anxious as the season gets into full swing. Gwen Baumgartner reports from Los Angeles.
Harry, all persons having anything to do for the Honorable Judge Frenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, leave your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth. May be seated. Court is in session.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, welcome back to the courtroom. We'll start today, as we do every day, with our conversation about the rules. Jurors were able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case. And you were able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case. Yes. Yes. And were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media or go on any news media?
Yes.
And you all still have open minds?
Yes.
With those 4 questions, for the record, all answered in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Jem Mutlu.
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Right this way, sir. Just take your time. Just watch your step. Thank you. Sure. This chair, you can have a seat.
Thank you.
Just pull that chair a little tighter. Sure. Okay, keep your voice up when you speak. Thank
Sure,
you.
thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
Sure. It's C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And could you tell us your name, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
Sir, what do you do for work?
I'm a realtor.
How long have you been a realtor?
About 25 years.
And what geographic area do you sell?
Boston, suburbs, and eastern Massachusetts.
Commercial or residential?
Residential.
And, sir, are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
I am.
Can you tell us how you're familiar with Brian Walshe?
We met at a leadership program back in 2020.
Can you tell us the name of the leadership program?
Boston Breakthrough Academy.
And so, how long did the program go on for?
It was the length of a semester, practically. Started at the beginning of the year and ended about the summer.
And so you met Mr. Walshe at this leadership program. What was your relationship with him during this program?
In the program, there was a buddy system. Everyone partnered with someone, and Brian asked to be my partner, and that's how we got to know each other.
And so, did you maintain a relationship with him after the leadership program?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Brian's wife, Anna Walshe?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with Anna?
I met her through Brian. She came to one of the graduations, and then I was introduced and knew about her interest in real estate. We had a mutual friend, so it was inevitable that we would meet.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can pull that microphone closer to you. I think that'll help out.
Sure.
Okay, much better, sir. So, sir, did Anna Walshe ever work for you?
Yes, she did.
When did you hire Anna Walshe to start working for you?
It was the summer of 2020.
And what was her role for you?
She was our director of operations for my team.
And your team, how large was your team at this point in time?
When she started, there were a few of us, but eventually we had 3 operators and I believe 5 or 6 agents and part-time marketing directors, et cetera.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walshe?
We became very close as friends.
And when did she stop working for you?
It was the spring of 2022.
Why did she stop working for you?
In the fall of 2021, she told me that she was offered a stellar job opportunity in D.C. And she asked for my blessings for it.
Now, sir, when the two of you work together, how often would the two of you communicate?
Practically every day, multiple times a day.
And after she stopped working for you, how often would you communicate?
Not as frequently.
What was your relationship like with her family?
Brian and her children,
Yes, sir.
I saw them as my own.
Now, did you ever have, or your team is probably the better way to put this, did your team ever have the opportunity to sell any properties for Anna Walshe?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us what properties your team sold for Anna Walshe?
We sold a property in Marblehead where they were living when I met them. And then we moved them to a property in Cohasset, and then we sold that property as well for them.
Were there any investment properties that your team was able to sell for Anna Walshe?
Yes.
Where was that property?
In Revere.
And do you remember when that sale occurred?
Well, that sale would have closed on December 29th or just a day or so before, because I called her on the 29th, a couple days before New Year's, to congratulate her.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about December 29th now, sir.
Yes.
When you called her, how long do you think that call was?
It was about 45 minutes.
And why did you call her?
I called to congratulate her on the closing. And I had found out that she was going to reinvest that property.
And when you say reinvest that property,
Rather, reinvest the proceeds from the sale of the property.
And sir, are you familiar with what's called a 1031 exchange?
I am.
Could you just tell us what a 1031 exchange is?
Sure. It's a federal like-kind tax-deferred exchange program where after a specific closing, a buyer...
I'm going to interrupt you because of the noise outside.
Sure.
And then once that passes...
Of course.
It's kind of tough to compete with that.
Of course.
All right. Now, sir, I think that's passed. You said that there's a certain period of time for this exchange. Can you tell us again?
Correct. Typically, buyers have 45 days to declare 1, 2, or 3 properties. It has to be of equal or greater value, and they would have 6 months, 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of those properties to equal again or be greater than the value of the proceeds of the sale.
And so your understanding at this point in time was that Anna Walshe was going to use these funds for a 1031 exchange.
That's correct. I was happy for her that she would actually reinvest and that that she would grow financially.
Now, during this conversation, what plans were made for New Year's Eve?
She specifically told me, she said, I know you. You're not going to go anywhere for New Year's Eve. You're just going to stay at home. Please, please come and spend New Year's with us.
Did you agree to?
I did.
Now, during the conversation, what did she tell you? What did she, well, let me ask you this. When you had this conversation, did she have any problems?
Yes.
What did she tell you about these problems?
She had.
So let me, jurors, give you a little midstream instruction with regard to the expected testimony. I expect now that Mr. Mutlu is going to provide some testimony regarding statements that were made by Anna Walshe during this conversation on December 29, 2022. The statements made by Anna Walshe are being admitted only for the limited purpose of establishing her state of mind and cannot be considered as proof of the criminal acts charged. You may proceed.
Thank you. So, sir, what did she tell you as far as problems she was having in this conversation on December 29th?
While I don't remember the specific words that were spoken after 3 years,
yes, sir,
I will tell you that she did say that at the time that they were having marital problems.
Objection, Your Honor. Characterization.
All right. I'll strike the characterization. Why don't you approach it a different way?
I will. What did she tell you as far as traveling back and forth?
That it was taking a toll on her, that she wasn't, that obviously as a mother, not seeing her children.
Your Honor, objection, move to strike. May we be seen at sidebar?
You may be.
Sir, what did she say about not seeing the children?
That it was difficult for her.
And what did she say about Brian Walshe not being able to leave Massachusetts?
Again, I don't recall specifically the words that were spoken.
Okay.
I do not recall exactly every single word that was spoken during that conversation.
Understood. It's been 3 years, sir.
It has.
Okay.
I did give Detective Harrison.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, we'll strike that last portion.
It's okay. And
We'll
sir,
have another
again,
question.
Sure.
Thank you.
I understand.
Now, sir, moving past December 29th. Okay. When was the next time you got to see Anna Walshe?
On December 31st.
Where did you get to see Anna Walshe?
At their rental house in Cohasset.
Okay. So that night when you went to the rental house, did you bring anything with you?
I did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought fruit and chocolate for the children, and yeah.
And about what time do you think you got to their home that night?
About 8:30.
Was anyone with you when you went to the home?
Yes. I mean, not with me, no. There were people in the home.
Well, we're going to get to that. So, but with you, there was no one else with you in your car?
There was no one else with me, no.
Okay. And so tell us what happened when you got there at the Walshe house.
Anna came running out of the house to greet me. Yeah, that's what happened.
And when she greeted you, where'd you go, sir?
Excuse me?
Where did you go? When she greeted you, where were you when she greeted you?
I was still pulling up into the driveway. She came running out of the house with no coat on. It was freezing.
And what happened when she greeted you?
What is it?
What happened when she greeted you? What did she do?
I'm sorry, couldn't hear.
What did she do, sir?
What did she do? Well, I opened the door. We hugged each other, and then she ushered me in.
Now, when you got inside, who was home?
Brian was there.
And where were the children at this point in time?
I was told they were sleeping.
And so when you got inside, where did the three of you kind of socialize or congregate?
Sure. It was in the kitchen countertops. There was a large island.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3? Sir, can you see that screen? Showing, for the record,
Yes.
Exhibit 3 is on the screen. You were nodding your head. Can you see it?
I can see it.
All right. Is that where the three of you socialized that night?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, what was Anna Walsh's demeanor that night when you were in their kitchen?
Festive. Very happy to see me, and yeah,
And I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
that's it.
What was Brian Walsh's demeanor like while the three of you were together?
He seemed fine. He seemed happy.
And so when we were looking at Exhibit 3, where were you seated as far as being around in the kitchen?
Anna and I were seated on the stools at the kitchen. And Brian was on the other side preparing the meal and serving us drinks and food.
Okay. Now, that night, did anyone join the three of you?
Yes.
Who joined the three of you?
Their oldest son.
And
Yeah.
what happened when he joined the three of you?
He ran to me and he said, "Jem, I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you." And he hugged me.
Now, did you take any photos with the oldest child that night?
Yes, Anna took a photo.
And that night, Anna took the photo. What did she use to take the photo?
I believe it was her cell phone that she used.
And so that night with her cell phone, could you see her doing anything with her cell phone?
She was texting folks.
And do you know who she was texting?
Well, I do know that she had either received a text message or was texting back with Abdullah. And I believe she said, "Let's take a photo for Will and send it to Will Fasto." And I believe she was texting with Emily, and it would have been maybe a bunch of other friends, yeah, who were texting her. It was New Year's Eve. A lot of messages back and forth.
How long was their oldest child with you that night?
I'm going to say a half hour, maybe a little more.
And that night, what did the three of you have to drink?
Mostly wine and champagne. I don't recall having had hard liquor.
And did you do anything with the champagne box that night?
Yes.
What did the three of you do with the champagne box?
We all signed it.
Your Honor, we have previously marked as exhibits 257, 258, 259, pictures of the champagne box. How long will seek to publish?
You may.
Ms. Gilman, could we have...
So the previously marked exhibits 257, 58, and 59 are identified for the record now as three photos. 257 is the side of the bottle that Anna Walsh signed. 258 is the side of the box that Brian Walsh signed. 259 is the side of the box that Mr. Mutlu signed. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, can we have file number SLD 7221, which has now been marked as exhibit 257? Mr. Mutlu, is this the box the three of you signed?
Yes.
And are you able to read the writing on the box in Exhibit 257?
Yes.
Could you read it out loud for us, sir?
Sure. Wow, 2022, what a year. And yet, we are still here, and together, let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our lives. Courage, love, perseverance, compassion, and joy. Love, Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could we now have Exhibit 258, which is file number 7222? Sir, does this look like the side that Brian signed?
Yes.
Could you read in this portion if it's possible?
Yes. Jem, Anna, Brian, New Year's Eve 2023, to the best triumvirate ever. Love, Brian, and then the date, December 31st, 2022.
And finally, Ms. Gilman, could we have file number 7224, which has now been admitted as Exhibit 259? Sir, do you recognize this side of the box?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
And can you read what you wrote on the box?
Yes. No place I'd rather be but here, New Year's Eve 2022. Jem.
That night, did the oldest child give you anything?
Yes, he did.
What did he give you?
He gave me a necklace.
Now, that night, did you see any injuries on Anna?
No.
Did you have any concerns about her health?
Physical health?
Yes.
No.
And that night, do you remember what Brian Walshe told you he had for income that year in 2022?
Yes. The gist of it was that it was $50,000 or $60,000 that I remember.
And that night, did he tell you about Anna's compensation that she now had at Tishman Speyer?
Yes, and I believe he said that it was $240,000 plus with bonus it would add up to roughly $300,000.
What problems did you see between the two of them that night?
None. Nothing that was visible. It was a festive night.
And that night, what did Mr. Walshe tell you about his cell phone?
At some point, he said that he had misplaced his phone, and I remember this vividly, that he said that it actually felt refreshing to be away from the phone for a little while.
Did he tell you what time he normally goes to bed?
Yes, because I asked him, because it was getting late, and I didn't want to overstay my welcome. And I believe he said around 9:30, because they were waking up early for the kids.
And so after hearing this, what did you decide to do?
I said I'd better go.
About what time was it when you left the home that night?
I'm going to say it was probably around 1:30. And I don't recall with precision, but it was probably around that time.
And now, when you left, did you go right home?
No, I actually stopped at a big shopping mall nearby because I wanted to pick the music home, and I did not want to be driving and picking the music home that night. So I stopped there, and there was, to my recollection, there was nobody else there. Lots of lights around. Yeah.
Before you left that evening, was there any conversation about a work emergency for Anna?
No.
Now, when was it the next time you tried to contact Brian or Anna?
It was the following day.
And how did you try to contact them?
I sent them a text message.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what's been marked as Exhibit 166? Sir, showing you what's been marked as 166, do you see the blue bubble where it says, "I love my necklace"?
I do.
Was that your text to Brian Walshe?
Yes, I believe I had sent it to both of them, both Brian and Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll all the way up to the top of that document?
Yeah.
So, sir, you see where it says participants?
Yeah.
And so do you believe you sent it to those two other people?
To both Brian and Anna, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the top of page 2? Now, I'm sorry, can you scroll down to the top of page 3? There we are. Sir, showing you the top of page 3 from Exhibit 166, there's a green bubble. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see it says, "Thomas just found my phone"?
I do.
Before January 2nd, had you had any conversations or with Brian Walshe via cell phone?
Before January
2nd?
2nd.
Yes.
Any conversations?
Calls?
No.
And if we could close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Now, when is the next time you spoke to Brian Walshe on the phone?
It was a Wednesday morning.
And what happened Wednesday morning?
It was mid-morning. I remember being on the beach in Nahant and taking a walk, and I received a call from Brian, and he said, "Have you heard from Anna?"
What did you say?
And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, Anna's been missing." And I said, "How could she be missing?" And he said that she left that morning after I had left. She left a few hours later. I think he said around 6:30, that she got in an Uber and left.
And did he say why she left?
Yes, he said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock. So, I said, you've got to call the police, and we've got to alert everybody. We've got to let our community know, and we've got to find her.
Now, what was his tone or like in this conversation? His demeanor?
I remember the tone to be way more even-keeled or way more toned down for somebody who's
Move to strike. All right. Not a characterization, but what do you remember of his tone during that call?
His tone was not panicked.
Now, after that call, how often were you speaking to him over the phone the next few days?
We would have spoken a few times. We actually had some group calls with the community, a lot of friends from the leadership program that we had gotten to know well and love.
And,
yeah.
Sir, did you have any text conversations with him as well?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, sir, since you left the home on New Year's Day of 2023, have you seen Anna Walshe?
No.
Have you heard from her?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the Boston Breakthrough Academy you've spoken about.
Sure.
You said that it was a semester, like about a semester long.
Mm-hmm.
And this Breakthrough Academy, was this for professionals? Was it for anyone?
It was for anyone. It was the premise was to become better human beings and improve on emotional intelligence. And so it was set up in 3 parts: discovery, breakthrough, and leadership. And leadership was by invitation.
Okay. Yeah. And you had taken this, I think, did you start in January of 2020?
Yeah,
And Mr. Walshe was in the group with you.
that's correct.
And Anna Walshe had taken this very same program the semester before.
The semester before, correct.
You told us that during this program, Mr. Walshe was your buddy.
That's correct.
And when you say buddy, is this something that the program kind of establishes where they match you up?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had told you that Mr. Walshe sought you out.
That's correct.
And he sought you out because his wife was like, hey, this guy Jem, this is who you should buddy with.
Objection.
Overruled.
I was just saying that when Mr. Walshe came up to you that day, it was because Anna said, hey, Jem, go, I want you to buddy with Jem.
That's what she told me afterwards.
And at that point, you hadn't met Mr. Walshe before.
Oh, I had. We were in the same program. We were in the same class.
Oh.
The buddy system is introduced during the class after maybe hours or days or thereabouts. I can't remember exactly when it was introduced, but we had interactions. People spoke at times, and yeah,
Okay.
we were in the same room.
Okay, let me take a step back. You hadn't met his wife at that point.
I had not met Anna at that time, no.
And when you were in this group in January of 2020, you had been in real estate for quite some time.
That's correct.
And you've told us that that's something that Anna was interested in.
I found out later that she was, yes.
And Mr. Walshe also was interested in investing property.
We talked about investments mostly with Anna.
Okay, when you said we, you meant Mr. Walshe.
No. Anna and I talked about investments mostly with her. She mostly about property investments came from her rather than from Brian.
And she was the one that told Brian to buddy up with you, a realtor, at this program.
That's correct, but that wasn't related to investments.
Okay.
Yeah.
You told us a little bit already, but at some point you did meet Anna.
I did.
Okay. And you met Anna through Mr. Walshe from being in that group with him.
That's correct.
Okay. And your experience with Brian in the group was that you became friends with him during that process.
That's correct.
And this is someone that you respected as a colleague.
A colleague?
Mm-hmm.
In what manner? Brian was not a colleague of mine.
Well, you became friends with him.
That's correct.
And during this program, to you, he was an impactful person.
During the program?
Mm-hmm.
And thereafter?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely.
And when you say impactful person, can you tell us what you mean by that?
Well, first of all, we got very close during the program. I got to meet his family
Mm-hmm.
and Anna, the children. And we got close. We were very good friends. We became very good friends.
Okay. I guess what I don't understand is when you say someone's impactful, does that mean they're a kind person, a powerful person, a loving person?
That they look out for you.
Jackson.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
I just want to return to your impressions of Mr. Walshe when you got to know him through that leadership program. You had told us that he became a good friend.
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you tell us more about your experience with him in that program where you had described him as an impactful person?
Sure. It was clear that he was making an effort to show up, and it was the time of COVID, and we all had to pick, collectively, we had to pick as part of the program, a community service project. And Brian pushed hard for us to select everyone chipped in and made a case for different organizations, and this was a nonprofit organization out of Brookline called Loving Spoonfuls. And we ended up raising, well, about, I think, $80-some thousand, and Brian somehow also was able to, I believe, match those funds. So it ended up becoming $160,000, $170,000 that I recall. And we were told that, hundreds of thousands of people were fed as a result. And he was the top fundraiser.
At some point, you had told us that you did meet Brian's wife, Anna.
That's correct.
Where did you first meet her?
I recall having seen her at one of the graduations, mini graduations. It was, again, Discovery, Breakthrough. I can't recall which one. But I was hearing about her because we had a mutual friend.
And as you got to know her more, I assume that the three of you would have dinners together, meet for drinks. Tell me a little bit about how your relationship with all three of them would progress.
The three of us, meaning Anna, Brian, and myself?
Yes.
Well, initially, again, when after Anna started working for me, I remember spending at least one other New Year's with them in those 3 years. So that would have been 2 New Year's spent in 3 years with them. And we've met at their house, Marblehead and Cohasset, and we've socialized in many other ways. But Anna and I spoke practically every day. When she worked for me, she would sometimes come to my house in the South End and bring pastries, and we would strategize and talk. And we also had a team. We would meet with other team members, and sometimes, again, we were very close.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you described I think, Brian's family as, I think the words you used were you saw them as your own.
I did.
Okay. You had told us just now a time where you were living in the South End.
I was.
And at this time when Anna started working for you, were you married, unmarried?
Unmarried.
Okay. And you had told us that Anna, you were talking every day, right?
That's correct.
And you were talking at night and on the weekends as well?
As the job required, or as our friendship
And Anna
required.
would come to your home and bring food and spend time with you there?
That's correct.
And was that nighttime, weekends, days, whenever it warranted?
Days, usually. Yeah.
And when Anna was working for you, that you just described, he never complained to you about how much time you were spending with his wife?
Brian? No.
He never complained that you were texting her a lot or spending time with her?
No.
He supported her career with you?
He did?
He was proud of her?
To my recollection, yes, he was.
Am I correct that you and Anna hit it off quickly? It wasn't a slow burn. You really became instant friends with each other.
That's correct. She was very easy to warm up to.
Okay. And part of the reason is that you had similar backgrounds?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you had already started telling us that at some point she started to work for you.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in the summer of 2020?
That's correct.
And the director of operations, is basically she became your right hand.
She did.
So a director of operations might be taking care of your social media to arranging. I mean, tell me, I guess, a little bit more. What was she doing for you on a regular basis?
Well, there was, I mean, she did everything. She did, the director of operations is truly the right hand of someone who runs a business, and she did everything. She would bring me coffee. She took pride in bringing me coffee. A couple of times she dropped off my dry cleaners, which were tasks that were obviously not necessarily in her job description. But I do remember asking her, is there anything you wouldn't do? She came from hospitality, and she took pride. I mean, that's the way she was at our open houses. She would rush to open doors for people. She would give them real glass champagne. She would serve the glass. The way she came out, as I just explained moments ago, the way she came out of the house that night on December 31st to open the door for me, and she was an exceptional employee and friend.
And you valued her employ. She was valuable to you as a friend and an employee.
Very much so.
You relied on her.
Absolutely.
She never said no to you. She did what the job required.
That is not true.
Okay, so tell me about a time she said no to you or disagreed with you.
Well, we did have a disagreement in the fall of 2021. And there were times that she responded to me a couple of times with what I perceived to be passive aggression. And yeah, I actually reached out to a mutual friend and then another friend in leadership to seek some opinions as to how I could handle this.
And did you end up handling it by suspending her for a period of time that fall of 2021?
I told her that she should take a rest, she should stay at home, and that I would continue to pay her for as long as it took, but that she should take some time off because she was also working exceptionally hard, and that was taking a toll on her. She wanted to prove herself. She's like that. So I remember a client of ours actually.
I'm just going to stop you.
Yes.
When you, as you say, suspended or had her take some time off, you still loved her at that point as a friend.
Very much so.
You were still close with her.
Very much so.
It didn't end the personal relationship.
No, not at all. And it didn't end the professional relationship either.
And during that time, I think you talked about seeking counsel. You actually reached out to Mr. Walshe to talk to him about it specifically.
That's correct.
Because this was, obviously, Anna was important to you professionally.
And as a friend, yes.
And
both.
personally.
Yes, absolutely.
And Brian was a close friend of yours,
That is correct.
and you wanted to talk to him and get counsel about how to best move past this.
Yes, we did. We met in the North End. We had a meal and talked about it.
At some point in November of 2021, just about 2 months after the incident you just described, Anna told you that she was thinking about taking a job somewhere else.
That's correct.
And your first response was that you were disappointed.
Yes,
You were sad about this.
I was.
Because in your mind, you guys were really going to partner up and continue to grow together.
Was the idea, yes.
And because you were upset and sad, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh actually had you over to their home to talk about this further,
That is correct.
to let you know that they cared about you and loved you,
That's correct.
and that this is what was best for Anna
That's correct.
and what was best for the family.
That's correct.
And during this conversation, when Anna was telling, or they were both telling you about her new job, and you were sad about it, Brian said to you, buddy, you got to support her, right?
I do remember that. Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the job that she ended up taking. Am I correct that it was at Tishman Spire in Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And this was a big job.
That's correct.
I think you already told us how much she was making, but this was a big salary job, a big step for her.
That's correct.
And this was an opportunity for her, a growth opportunity.
Yes,
And that is something that you and her had talked about, growth and opportunity, right?
that's correct.
It was something important to you,
Absolutely.
and it was something important to Anna.
Absolutely.
And through your time in becoming friends with Mr. Walsh, it was important to him as well.
That's correct.
And they had small children.
That's correct.
Okay. And part of this transition was the family eventually moving to Washington, D.C.
That was the idea.
And this transition was not only for Anna's job, but Mr. Walsh's uncle was also moving to the D.C., Virginia area at the time, so there'd be more family down there.
That's what I was told, and that his mother would also move.
So his mother, again, you just said it was also interested in moving to that area.
Yeah.
And Anna was going to go down first, and the plan was obviously to start establishing not just professional contacts, but personal contacts,
That's correct.
because they were going to bring their boys down there.
That's correct.
And you had told us that Anna was also interested in investing in real estate.
That's correct.
Okay. And at this point, am I correct that it is the fall into the winter, fall of 2021, winter of 2022?
That's right.
Okay. And at this point, you had learned that Mr. Walsh had a pending federal case going on.
I had, yes.
And I want to talk to you just a little bit about your experience with the federal case, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Because you had become close to both Mr. and Mrs. Walsh, you actually attended one or two of the hearings. And you went to support Brian.
I did.
And you went also to support Anna.
That's correct.
Because this was difficult for both of them.
It was.
And Mr. Walsh's mother was there.
That's correct.
And I believe there were other friends of Anna and Brian who had gone.
That is correct.
All right. And one of the hearings that you were going to, you were standing next to Anna.
I was sitting next to Anna.
And Anna's your friend, you told us, right?
That's correct.
She was your right hand at your business for a while.
That's correct.
And you're there in federal court with her for her husband's case.
That's correct.
And out of support, you reach over and you grab her hand to hold it.
That's correct.
Because she's your friend and you love her.
Yes, that's correct.
And she clutched your hand back.
Yes, that's correct.
And
It was a very tense moment just before the judge's declaration.
okay.
Yeah.
And so you were being a good friend.
I believe so.
Okay. And let me just switch gears for a moment. I think you've already kind of said it, but Mr. Walsh was never jealous of your relationship with Anna?
I don't believe so.
Well, you say I don't believe so. Anna never told you that Brian was uncomfortable or jealous of your relationship with her?
She never said that, no.
And Brian never came to you and complained about the long hours or the friendship with her?
She did not.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
At this hearing, when you were there to support your friends, I was asking you about when you were sitting there holding Anna's hand. And you had told us that Brian's mother, Diana, was there at the same time?
That's correct.
And was she sitting with you?
She was sitting, that I recall, at the end of that row near the aisle.
Okay. And you had a conversation with Anna about Diana's observations of you holding her hand that day at her husband's hearing. Right?
That's correct.
And Anna informed you that Diana was upset that you were holding her hand.
That's correct.
Sustained. The answer's stricken.
Throughout the time, the 2020 through 2022, you had a chance again to spend a lot of time with Mr. and Mrs. Walshe.
That's correct.
And you talked to Anna a lot about her relationship and her marriage and being a mother.
Yeah.
And during those conversations and your observations, Anna told you that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
That's correct.
And at some point, while Anna was working for you, she confessed that she had a crush on you.
She said that, yeah, maybe. I don't recall specifically those words coming out. But
Would
yeah.
looking at a copy of your interview from January of 2023 help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Page 53.
Counsel.
Oh, I might. I sent these to you guys. So I don't know what to
Can I just see your face?
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Well,
Okay. I think I got it. Thank you.
just going to approach you. Is it fair to say that that's your name on that front page?
Yes.
And then I'm just going to have you look at that first page to yourself just to recognize it's the beginning of your statement.
That's correct. Yeah.
And I'm just going to refer you, and you can just read to yourself and take as much time as you need.
Sure.
And just look up at me when you're done.
For sure. Yeah. From the top, from the top of the page.
Until the bottom, until...
Sure. So we actually started.
Just read to yourself and look up when you're done.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. That's it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Just going to come take that back. Does reviewing that portion of your statement refresh your memory as to whether Anna had told you that she had a crush on you?
I object to this line of question, Your Honor.
You can answer it. If it refreshes his memory, it does.
I don't recall Anna telling me that she had a crush on me.
Okay. When you were working together and Anna was there, you had mentioned that you had other people working with you and for you.
That's correct.
And at some point you developed a close relationship with another female coworker.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming it became romantic.
Objection.
Sustained.
So you don't have any memory of Anna Walshe telling you that at some point she was a little jealous of that coworker and had a crush?
Objection.
Sustained.
She developed feelings for you.
Objection.
Sustained.
Anna Walshe told you that she told her husband that she had a crush
I'll
on
see you at
you.
the side of the bench.
You had mentioned that when Anna stopped working for you, you guys still stayed in touch.
That's correct.
So it wasn't an everyday type of thing, but you would still talk and text?
That's correct.
And she started working in D.C. for Tishman Speyer in February or March of 2022?
Thereabouts, but there was some overlap when she was still taking care of business for me, because
Okay.
that's the kind of human being and employee she was.
And during the time that she was working both jobs, was she living in D.C. or was she still in Boston when she was doing that?
I believe she was coming and going from D.C. at that time.
Okay. And after she left and you would speak, would it be fair that she would also consult you about professional decisions? strategies, what to do?
We would talk about that. We would talk about things, yeah.
Okay, and you would also ask her for her advice?
Sure.
And this is a person that you would consider a confidant? A confidant?
A confidant, sure.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
And obviously, she was one of yours and you were one of hers?
That's correct. Often I've called her the sister I never had.
Okay.
One of the sisters I never had.
Okay.
Yeah. She was an exceptional human being.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You had told us a little bit about a conversation on the 29th that you had with her?
Yes.
And you had said that being apart and going back and forth was hard on the family. It was hard on her.
That's what I recall.
Okay. And you had told us that in the winter of 2022 that Anna was making about $300,000 at her new job?
With bonus, that's what I was told. I didn't know about it at the time, but it came up in conversation that night.
Okay.
On December 31st.
Okay. And you also told us Mr. Walshe was making about 50 or 60 grand a year?
That's what I was told. That's what I remember.
And he also was interested in participating in investing in small businesses?
Correct.
On the phone call on the 29th, you had said that Anna invited you over for New Year's?
That's correct.
And I think you said it that she knew you, that you would probably just be at home, not doing anything.
That is correct.
And on that phone call, she didn't say, let me check with Brian first.
I don't recall.
All right. Was Brian on the phone with her?
No.
Did she say,
Well,
I'll
I
call
don't know.
you back and confirm?
No, Brian was not on the phone with her. No,
And
absolutely.
this was to come to her home and spend time with her husband and their 3 children.
That's correct.
And I think you had said earlier today that you had spent another New Year's Eve with them?
That is correct.
Was that the one right preceding this one or another one?
I think it was 2 New Years before. So
Okay.
I think there was one in between where I did not spend the New Year's with them.
And that prior New Year's, was that out somewhere or was that at their
It
home?
was out. It was out at a restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you had said that during this call she was upbeat. Well, let me back up. You had called to tell her that she had just sold a property, right?
That's correct. The purpose of my call was to congratulate her on the fact that she was going to do this 1031 exchange program and reinvest and grow financially.
Okay.
But also to catch up with her, also to hear her voice and see how she's doing.
Okay. So let me just talk to you a little bit about the tax 1030 that you just described. She had owned a property in Revere,
That's correct.
and you helped sell her. You helped sell it.
Well, yes, it technically, yes, my team did, but I wasn't directly involved in the sale. My teammate handled it all.
Okay.
So I wasn't privy to the day-to-day of the sale.
Okay.
And that's actually why I called her at the end. I said, well, geez, we accomplished something here.
Okay.
And
So let me just ask
Happy
you a
for
little
you.
bit more.
yeah,
You explained that with this process, instead of taking the proceeds, you can just roll it right into another property?
that's correct.
What were the proceeds on the sale from this Revere house?
I do not remember.
Was it over 50? Was it $1 million, roughly?
No, it was a smaller condo. It certainly
Okay.
wouldn't have been $1 million. No, it wasn't. It was several $100,000. Yeah.
Okay. And so instead of taking those proceeds on December 29th of 2022, the decision was made to roll it into another property?
That's correct. And she would have had 45 days to declare another property or another 2 or 3 properties, up to 3 properties, and would have 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of them
Okay.
to satisfy the requirements of the program.
Okay. You mentioned a name on direct examination I'd like to talk to you a little bit about. You used the name Will or William Fasto.
That's correct.
And in 2022, you had known Will for about 20 years?
Thereabouts, yes. Correct.
And you guys were both in real estate, and that's how you met him?
That's correct. He was in real estate in Boston first, and then D.C.
Okay. And when Brian and Anna were looking to relocate to Washington, D.C. for her job, they wanted to buy a family home down there.
That's correct.
And you hooked both of them up with Will, the realtor.
That is correct.
And would it also be fair that it would be nice for Anna to have a personal and a friend down there going down to D.C. with no one else at the time?
That's correct.
And again, you had told us that she was looking into investing in more real estate as investment properties.
That's correct.
All right. And during this process, Brian Walshe and Will Fasto really just had a professional relationship, no friendship.
I don't know what kind of relationship they had. I'm not privy to the details of their relationship.
Okay. But through your conversation...
You're talking about Brian Walshe, correct?
Yes.
Brian Walshe and Will Fasto.
Yes.
I'm not privy to the conversations they had or... Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you knew that you had introduced both Mr. Walshe and Anna to Will for the purpose of finding a family home.
As far as I'm concerned, I had introduced the family, the Walshe family.
Thank you.
To Will Fasto.
Okay. And at some point, Anna told you that she had become good friends with Will Fasto.
That's correct.
And I think you told us a little bit about a phone call you had with her on December 29th.
That's correct.
Anna Walshe never told you that she was romantically involved with Will Fasto.
No.
She never told you that she was going to leave Mr. Walshe for Will Fasto.
No.
And she never told you that she had more than platonic feelings for Mr. Fasto.
Not particularly, but she was, I mean, emotions are complex. I knew they had gotten close.
Okay.
But she never told me that she had a relationship with Will Fasto.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to return to her relationship
that I can recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to return to Anna and Brian's relationship for a few minutes.
Sure.
You had told us that you spent time with them both together as a family.
That's correct.
And you also spent time with them individually without the other one.
That is correct.
And when you spent time with them together, you never really saw them argue.
I don't recall having seen them argue. No.
And they were a couple that you've described as in sync with each other.
I would say so. That I always thought that there was a lot of love between them, and that she was very much in love with Brian. Yeah.
Sometimes each one would come to you individually if they had any disagreements with each other, though. You were their friend collectively and independently.
That's correct.
And sometimes Anna would confide in you.
That's correct.
And sometimes Brian would confide in you.
That's correct.
And you obviously would keep their confidences because you were their friend individually and collectively.
That is correct.
And as you told us that you introduced the family to Will Fasto. Yes?
Yes.
So Mr. Walshe knew that you were friends with Will Fasto.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at no time did Brian Walshe ever pepper you with questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about New Year's Eve. Earlier that day, did you exchange some text messages with Anna Walshe to confirm that you were coming over that night?
I did.
And you were looking forward to spending time over there?
Very much so.
Looking forward to hopefully seeing the kids?
Yes.
looking forward to seeing Anna,
Yes,
and looking forward to seeing Brian.
that's correct.
And I think you told us that when you first arrived, that even as you're pulling in the driveway, Anna is running towards you, no coat on, and just throws herself in your arms.
That's correct.
And you were excited to see her.
Yes,
And she was obviously excited to see you.
yes,
And you said it was cold out.
yes,
And you guys were laughing as she's running towards you.
yes,
And then you walk in the house together.
that's correct.
And are you walking hand in hand and talking because you haven't seen each other in a while? Well, you said she ushered you into the house.
That's correct. She was receiving a guest into the house.
Okay. But was she excited to see you? Was she holding on to your
She
arm?
was very excited to see me. We gave each other a hug,
Okay.
and then we walked into the house.
And when you walked into the house, you went into the kitchen and Mr. Walsh was there.
That's correct.
And he embraced
I don't remember whether Brian was at the door, was in the kitchen. He was there. Yeah,
Okay. And when you saw him, he embraced you in a hug.
absolutely.
And it was just the three of you.
Initially, yes.
Could I trouble you to please bring up exhibit number 3? And is this correct, as I'm showing everyone exhibit number 3, that this was the Walsh family kitchen in Cohasset on December 31st?
Yes,
And we see some stools at the kitchen table. You and Anna were sitting next to each other?
that's correct.
And am I correct that Mr. Walsh was cooking for everyone?
That's correct.
And so the stove and oven is to the right there of the table?
Yes,
Okay. And when you first got there, the kids were asleep?
that's correct.
Okay. And when you first got there, Mr. Walsh is cooking food?
Yes. Preparing, yeah, cooking, yeah.
No, I don't want to cut you off.
Sure, preparing, cooking, yeah,
And Anna and Brian are getting you some champagne,
that's correct.
and everyone's toasting to the new year.
Yes,
Okay. And I think you've already said this, but the atmosphere was jovial.
that's correct.
Hope for the upcoming year.
That's true.
There were discussions how 2022 had been a little difficult for all three of you.
That's true.
And it was great to be together because you made it. And now you're looking into a new year with new hope and new possibilities.
That's correct.
The champagne bottle that all three of you signed, that was the spirit that New Year, so happy to be together, aren't we lucky?
Yes,
And as you're sitting at that kitchen table, you're having conversations about investment properties.
we were.
You're having conversations about book reviews and what books everyone should read.
Yes,
And you told us that Anna is texting people. You said it's New Year's Eve, so she's getting texts, she's sending texts.
yes,
And as you're sitting at that table, she's snapping pictures with just the two of you.
meaning just the two of us, meaning Anna and I. I do recall, I have received a photo of the three of us with Anna and their oldest son,
Okay, but...
a selfie, yeah.
Sure, no, I don't mean to cut you off, but during that night, she has her phone out, she's taking pictures of just the two of you, just Anna and Jem, to memorialize the night. It's a celebration.
Oh, it's the two, oh, I see. Well, the two of us and Brian,
All three of you together.
all three of us together, correct.
Okay. And in that picture, you're smiling, you're embracing each other.
Yes,
And Brian's preparing food, and he's serving you all the food he's making, the different dishes, right?
yes,
And he's serving it to his wife, Anna.
yes,
And they're talking to each other during the night.
yes, they are.
And they're laughing with each other during the night.
Yes,
And they're taking pictures with each other during the night.
I don't know if they were taking pictures with each other during the night. I don't recall.
But there was the picture of the three of you embracing and smiling.
That's the three of us with Brian? Was that what you're asking? Was there a picture of Anna, Brian, and myself that night? I don't recall.
Okay.
I recall one picture, and that's with Anna and their oldest son. That was Tom.
Okay.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversations that you were having that night.
Sure.
At some point, Anna showed you a new ring that she had. It was a diamond ring,
That is correct.
and it was quite large.
They said it was a valuable ring. Yeah.
And I believe Anna told you that it was worth several $100,000.
Objection.
Jurors, I think it'd be a nice time for you to take your morning break.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Jurors, please leave your notebooks in the chairs. Watch your step. Stand up, please, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Take step down. You may step down. You can go right back outside. You may be seated, everyone else. Yes. He's gone.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not seeing the relevance of going in down this road.
An answer for her, for counsel, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the government has represented to this jury that one of the motives was financial.
All right. How much longer with this witness you expect?
Myself?
Yes.
I can't imagine it goes more than 15 minutes.
All right. I won't hold you to it.
Okay.
Keepers next? Or probation officer? All right. Have a good break.
Thank you.
Welcome back, folks. Let's get to what's next in your next weather forecast here. We're talking about mild temperatures taking over the region again today, along with some spot shower chances moving back in. We have a warm front moving north into the region, followed by a cold front arriving later today. So you know what that means. That means colder air moving in, and also winds are going to be gusty as well as we switch out from a bit of a high pressure to low pressure there. And also those drier conditions will be taking over, and that'll propel us right into the weekend here. Keeping an eye on some game day snow for us on Sunday as we extend our sunrise times. We're kind of pushing things back here. Later sunrises, later sunsets, but we're actually going to be getting an earlier sunset as we start to see a bit of that January flow move back in. So again, we're mild today. This is actually going to be the mildest over the next 7 before the coldest moves on in by the end of the 7 day. We'll talk about that. But look at the range of 30s that we have outside right now with the mid 40s out on the islands as well. We can thank the southwest winds for that. They're going to be gusty later today, about 15 to 20 miles per hour. I'm not even expecting 25 mile per hour gusts, but you know, even if they go above 20 mile per hour gusts there, maybe topping out around 21, maybe even 22 there. So we're giving you an extra heads up here on this Wednesday morning, everybody. Go ahead and make sure that your inflatables, those holiday inflatables in the yard, are properly secured, because we actually have even higher gusts coming into the forecast for tomorrow. We're going to be right around 50 degrees for some areas south and east of town later on today. 44 is the average. So even going above average, I think we'll take it for this time of year, courtesy of the past 9 days being well below average, especially this past Monday and also last Friday. I'm not sure if you remember that. As rain chances ramp up towards the evening commute, that means we're actually going to put us back into the yellow in terms of an evening commute, sort of heads up there. I'm not expecting a whole lot of rain. Okay, we're actually going to have more drier air moving back in rather than a lot of wet and moist conditions there. We'll be around 35 to 40 plus mile per hour gusts for tomorrow afternoon behind the front. So let's walk this thing forward here. Keep an eye on the clock and your place on the map. Green starts to move back in on our weather palette, friends, as we near the evening hours. They're right around the drive at 5. And as we start to see some of that colder air moving back in, I think we also have a chance of some wintry mix now beginning to crawl eastbound out of the Berkshires and make its mark towards the Worcester County area. That's meaning central Mass. The northern portion of the state into Vermont and also New Hampshire, that'll likely gobble up the most of snow. We're expecting expecting that to be plowable, so don't worry about any sort of heavy snow there. 1 to 3 inches is going to be within that range. But as that frontal boundary begins to push even farther east, we'll start to get some of that colder weather kind of slipping down in that column of air. So we actually may have a few dusting, maybe up to a few extra flakes as we near the midnight hour. After that, though, friends, we're pretty much dry, but also gusty. This is sort of the anvil of that colder air on the leading edge. But as all of this rain that you see there, this area of low pressure, remember they are counterclockwise, is going to wrap around and it's going to propel some of that milder air along with those rain showers into the region, which is why we're going to have sort of a split axis as we get towards the late evening hours. For the most part, we're dry as of right now. A few blowing flakes beginning to move into northern Mass and eventually move out of the Merrimack Valley. But again, this is mainly going to be a visual and probably just a few flakes. We're back to the mid-20s by Monday and climbing to around 30 degrees on Tuesday, so plenty of cold still lies ahead.
You're watching WBZ News.
Taylor Swift's new Eras Tour docuseries drops today, but before that, she is stopping by a familiar late-night show. Colbert posting this video showing him dancing to Swift's song Opalite. The singer will appear on The Late Show tonight. You can watch it on WBZ after the 11 o'clock news. Coming up next, the vote tomorrow that could legalize pot cafes across Massachusetts.
You're watching WBZ News.
Well, you may soon see pot cafes pop up across Massachusetts. The state's Cannabis Control Commission is set to vote on new rules tomorrow. The social consumption regulations would allow customers to use what they buy right on the spot. Officials say multiple safeguards will also be included.
We mandated that licensees must have a ride-share plan, that they cannot commingle alcohol with cannabis.
I think it just helps a whole swath of people who just may not own their homes and may not have the ability to say, you know what, I want to consume this, I want to consume this now.
Even if the vote is formally approved tomorrow, it could be months or over a year before the first social consumption licenses are issued. Still to come in our next half hour, police are searching for a Grinch with a gun. Investigators looking for the public's help to find someone who took aim at Christmas decorations.
Now, streaming on CBS News Boston. WBZ News Mornings continues with your top stories.
Right now on CBS News Boston, from rats to rotten sidewalks, how city leaders are taking on Boston's biggest problems. Plus, the shopping spree with kids that is shining a bright light on a magical season. And the new AI tech that could help to shorten your commute. Piles, broken sidewalks, and rats. Some of the everyday issues that Boston residents have been dealing with for years now. But according to city leaders, there's a renewed effort to tackle the biggest problems. WBZ's Aaron Procedural has more on the plans.
Rats, trash, streets, and sidewalks. When there's a problem with any of those, it's probably one of the first things you notice.
It's the stuff that truly impact our residents on a day-to-day.
And with 2025 coming to an end, Boston City leaders and Mayor Michelle Wu are highlighting ramped-up efforts to tackle pesky problems. They're prioritizing.
Because Boston families deserve a government that fixes problems and follows through.
Over the past year, she says the city's 311 line has answered more than 260,000 calls, responding to anything from potholes to missed trash pickups, though the mayor says those are down more than 10% from last year.
Our teams continue to close the vast majority of missed trash cases within 24 hours.
It's an especially important effort in the fight against rodents. This year included new methods of taking out rats, using sensors to track where they're moving, and installing these new trash barrels to stop them from feeding.
2025 was not a good year for rats in Boston. 2026 won't be any better.
And what about the roads you drive on? The city says they've filled thousands of potholes and resurfaced more than 50 miles of street.
For context, we did 24 miles in 2024.
But for pedestrians, there's still a backlog to fix broken sidewalks, highlighted by our recent Question Everything story on State Street.
The sidewalk started to take
care.
Leaders say they have fixed 37,000 feet of sidewalk around the city this year and continue urging residents to highlight and report any problems they come across. The mayor says she's committed to making sure tax dollars are used where residents feel it most.
No excuses at the city level. Our residents expect and demand the very best from us, and it is an honor to try and deliver that every single day and to keep improving what we're doing.
In Boston, Aaron Parsegian, WBZ News.
Past few days, we had a little bit of ice out there on the trawl, still with some lingering ice, but poised to melt considerably over the next couple hours. That's mainly because warmer weather is moving back in here, friends. Temperatures as of right now are in the mid-30s here in the city there, but upper 40s and low 50s arriving for us later on this afternoon. That is the first thing on our weather headlines on this Wednesday morning. So we are waking up with not as a cold start that we've been dealing with for the past 9 days. Temperatures will be going above average later today, the first time that's happened in nearly 2 weeks there. High winds and cold air will be moving back in between tomorrow and also on Friday. And we're also keeping an eye on some low-level snow possible for us by the end of the weekend. Look at those rain chances ramping up there. Around a 40% chance as we near the drive at 5 through the early evening hours. That hour-by-hour forecast will keep those south winds becoming due south as we move into the afternoon. And look at those spot showers, just kind of tracing the Cape there as we get towards about dinner time later this evening, around 7 p.m. there. Mainly just dealing with some light to moderate shower activity in and around the Boston area, mainly for Worcester County there. Some areas north and also west across the central Mass region will likely have a bit of snow moving on in as well. That's mainly going to be for the high terrain areas there. Roughly around an inch or so can be expected. Maybe a little bit of dusting in some of the Metro West suburbs. But I believe north of the state line, that's when that range is actually going to be 1 to 3. After that, though, we are dry. And then we set the stage for high wind gusts possible for us on Thursday. We'll talk about those impacts and what it means for you and yours coming up.
Well, a man is facing animal cruelty charges after a traffic stop in West Bridgewater. We do want to warn you that some may find these images disturbing. This unfolded when an officer pulled over a driver who ran a red light last month, and that is when the officer noticed a severely malnourished dog in the car. The 9-month-old pup named Sprout was taken to veterinary hospital for medical care when police determined that the driver was Sprout's owner, Devin Preeper of Taunton. He was charged with animal cruelty. He is due in court later this month. And we're learning more about a massive fire at an apartment building in Taunton. We brought you this news as breaking yesterday morning. Investigators say the building on Hopkins Road had working alarms but no sprinkler system. Firefighters rescued 5 people from the complex, including a family of 3 with a small child. More than a dozen residents were forced out into the cold, and several of them were treated for smoke inhalation.
The flames are coming out through the bedroom window like this. I'm saying, oh my God, nobody's going to survive that.
It's a miracle nobody had passed away from it. It's really, somebody was definitely watching over the unit.
Investigators believe the fire started in a first-floor unit. There is no word yet on a cause. Police are searching for someone who shot a Christmas decoration. This happened yesterday morning in New Hampshire. You can see a bullet hole in a gingerbread man on Rising Wood Drive. The 2 inflatable snowmen weren't hit. Officers are asking neighbors to check their surveillance cameras to see if they captured anything suspicious. And drivers in Woburn could soon spend less time waiting at red lights thanks to artificial intelligence. The city's trying out a new AI traffic system. It's called No Traffic, and it monitors intersections with video and radar. It uses that real-time data to adjust wait times at lights, and the company says it improves safety for drivers and pedestrians. The goal is to prevent traffic jams and improve efficiency.
You're sitting at a light, it's middle of the night, it's red for you, it's green in the other directions, and you're not moving. So it solves those problems, but also uses more intelligence to be aware of who and what is at the intersection, and based upon that makes the decisions in real time about what's the best, most efficient, and also the safest way to move all the traffic.
City of Boston's been working with Google on a similar project. They tested a handful of intersections last year and are now using AI research to make signaling more efficient at 114 intersections. Well, sirens off and smiles on. The Boston Police Department traded patrols for presents in the 17th annual Shop with a Cop event. Nearly 400 children teamed up with officers for a one-of-a-kind shopping spree. And as Julie McDonald shows us, a Greater Boston starts with fostering positive relationships within the community.
I'm excited,
joy in my brain and my whole body.
Joy in their brain, joy in their body, and joy in every aisle of the South Bay Target Tuesday night.
My list is to buy the whole store.
We'll pick this up. It's something for you to practice on, okay?
This is the 17th year of the Boston Police Foundation's Shop with a Cop tradition.
I got the hands, I got Star Wars, I got this, I got the big Godzilla set.
And close to 400 pre-registered kids were counting down the minutes.
My brother thought it was last Tuesday, and he went bonkers.
I love this. I actually just came back from vacation, intentionally made sure that I would be here for today.
Each of the kids is given $100 to spend however they'd like throughout the store. I was blown away to hear who so many of them were shopping for.
I'm shopping for my little cousin and myself.
You're picking some things for your cousin too? Is she here?
No.
You're spending some of the gift card on your cousin?
Yes.
What are you, a little Christmas angel?
Yes.
I got this smoke control because I wanted to give it to my brother for Christmas.
I got this Barbie doll for my little sister, and then I got my favorite book plushies so I can find the books.
I'm aiming for collectibles and stuff, and a gift from my mom.
My brother likes Hot Wheels.
With generosity from corporate sponsors, the MBTA, Suffolk County Sheriff's Department, Boston Fire and EMS join BPD to make this night magic.
They're our future, and maybe future police officers in the future. So this is a great day in general. We work hard all year long, but this one is a fun day.
The gift card is only for so much money. You'll see wallets coming out of back pockets. You'll see the smiles on cops' faces because this is what they truly do. Cops care, and our Boston cops care about our community.
In Boston, Julie McDonald, WBZ News.
Well, a celebrity from Dorchester spotted up on the North Shore visiting an iconic Saugus restaurant. Donnie Wahlberg loves the Kowloon, stars CBS's new crime drama Boston Blue, posed for this photo with an employee last night. The restaurant, which turned 75 this year, told Wahlberg he is welcome back anytime. Still to come on CBS News Boston, the Bert and Ernie Talk Football with Fourier crew discusses the monumental matchup ahead on Sunday between the Pats and the Bills.
Welcome back, friends. Okay, we're halfway through the week, so let's talk about how we're going to be settling up here as we near the end of the week, and also, of course, talk about the weekend here. We do actually have some rain chances moving back into our weather forecast for the remainder of our Wednesday evening, and that means we actually have some south winds moving back in. We have two systems that we're watching, okay? The first system is actually going to be a warm front moving into the region, which is why temperatures are going to be elevated. You perhaps already have noticed that heading outside this morning, temperatures are nowhere near as cold as what we've been dealing with here this week alone. We were talking about single-digit and sub-zero wind chills and even some teens in and around the area. And it's nice to wake up with temperatures right around the freezing mark, and that meant we actually had some reports of black ice earlier this morning. That will not be the case, though, as we head deeper into the afternoon, with more of the mid to upper 40s moving into the forecast board and also the lower 50s out on the islands as well. We are tracking a bit of light to moderate rain showers as we move towards the evening hours, especially in times for the 5 p.m. commute there. That'll likely continue in and around the Boston area through at least about 9 p.m. later this evening. And at the same time, we're watching a cold front swing in behind that warm front that's actually going to bring in colder weather, but also switch out from that rain to a little bit of wintry mix there. Some of those snow showers that we see on radar here as we move throughout the evening hours is going to be very light. We're talking about maybe a dusting. If anything, any accumulating snow will be right around an inch or so. But if you're north of the state line, if you know people north of the state line, right around the northern Mass region there, we're talking about 1 to 3 inches of snow there for use. Some fresh powder on the ground. As we go throughout the overnight hours, that drier air will begin to take over and colder temperatures begin to move back in. But as of right now, we have positives all across the board, 20 to 30 plus degrees that are warmer from 24 hours ago. That is great news for us here, and certainly this time of year. 36 degrees in the city right now, 1 degree cooler down in Norwood, 36 also along the South Shore, and lower 40s taking over east of the Bourne Rotary there, down towards Buzzards Bay. We're also around 40 degrees as well. Still locked into the upper 20s over in Worcester, but you'll join us here in the 40s as we head into the afternoon. Don't worry. Southwest winds right now, they become due south as we get closer to that frontal boundary moving on in, and then that's when we start to see a lot of changeover begin to happen. So enjoy the warm up while we have it. It is not to return at least over the next 7 days. And normally this this time of year, they're very short and also tempered anyway. 44 degrees is where we should be for this time of year. 31 degrees is the average low for this time of year. So we're actually going to above for the start and also the finish. Tomorrow's theme will be geared around high winds moving into the region. We're talking about 35, 40 plus mile per hour gusts. You see that colder air, you also see this warmer air. So we're actually going to wrap around this warmer air moving on into the region there, which is why I'm mainly going to be dealing with some showers east of 495 and 95 southbound. Wind gusts for tomorrow. Let's move the clock forward here quickly. As you can see there around 4 p.m. tomorrow, we're talking about 40 plus mile per hour gusts for P-Town, around 30 plus mile per hour gusts here in the city. The weekend though, because it's Wednesday, we're already eyeing the weekend, will be right around the freezing mark for both Saturday and Sunday. And as we back out here, you can see by Saturday evening into the overnight, a few flakes moving into the region, but largely that area of low pressure will stay south of town, and that'll keep a lot of the heavier snow and even rain showers outside of the region as well. But we'll pick up a lot of that cold air heading out into early next week, 20s for afternoon highs on Monday.
Well, Patriots-Bills is the talk of the NFL world. New England can clinch a playoff spot and the AFC East title with a win against Buffalo. Our Steve Burton caught up with Ernie Adams and Christian Fourier last night to discuss all of the storylines ahead on Sunday.
Hat and T-shirt game. Patriots win it. If they win it, they clinch the AFC East title.
And it'll be a great atmosphere at Gillette Stadium on Sunday. You know, everybody's been on the Patriots about strength of schedule. There's no question they're playing a good playoff quality team who's got a lot to play for on Sunday. So this is get your popcorn out. This will be a good one to watch.
You know, but when the season starts, when they show up in August and they start talking about what their goals are, and, you know, some teams don't want to admit what their goals are because they're fearful if they don't reach them, people are going to be critical of them. Most of the locker rooms I've been in, we address first place. We want to make sure we win our division. You win your division, and then you can start talking about. But before you do anything, you got to win your division, and then if you don't win your division, it's a playoff. So this is a milestone for them. This is a big accomplishment, especially how bad they have been the last 3 years.
Well, they haven't done it yet, but they have a chance. They have a chance to do it.
Right, but this is, you know, you get the anticipation is building. Everybody knows it's a big game. I mean,
is this like a playoff game?
He'll have some similarities. I mean, you know, a playoff game is instant death. You know, you drop a pass, we're going to go lift weights, get ready for the next off season. But it will have a similar atmosphere. I mean, everybody just okay, hat and T-shirt game. They know we win the division. That's as like Christian said, that's a big milestone for this team, particularly where they were at even the start of the season.
Especially, it's going to be especially special for the young guys, right? Mm-hmm. These guys. Now, you've played in so many of these games. You coach so many of these games. You get your hat and your T-shirt. What do you do with it?
Save it. No, you put it on. You wear it around the
that day.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, but
there's more.
Right. But it's a first step. But it's just winning a game in the National Football League is hard. Winning your division, that's significant.
I think I wore mine home, and I don't think I ever wore it again. It was, and I think maybe I'm just greedy that way. I just felt like it was cool, but I wasn't satisfied with that. I just felt there was a bigger goal for the team collectively, and that was kind of what. And we were talking about. We never ran around saying Super Bowl or bust, Super Bowl or bust. It was just we want to win, and that was one of those little awards that you would get. You just kind of collect them, put it in your back pocket, and you don't talk about it anymore.
All right. So here's the situation. If the Patriots don't win. If they don't beat Buffalo on Sunday, they can still win the title, AFC's title, if they beat Miami and the Jets. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Right? This is not a must-win for the Patriots, but it makes things a lot easier if they go out and win it.
Right, but that's the difference between a real playoff game, which is obviously must-win. But I think you go into this game as a player or a coach, you think, hey, we're playing a real good team. If we really want to do something, now's our time to show what we've got. You enjoy getting ready for games like this.
Let's talk about two quarterbacks that are facing each other. Okay, Josh Allen, Drake May. Josh Allen won the MVP last year. Mm-hmm. Drake May's up for it this year. If Drake May outshines Allen, now we can't obviously forget about Matthew Stafford, but if Drake May outshines Allen in this game, what does that do for his status for MVP?
Look, every time Drake May goes out and plays well, that's what's important. I'm not hung up. I mean, anything you're voting for, to me, it's like the college playoffs. I mean, you take that with 4 grains of salt. The big thing is for Drake May and the rest of the Patriots, go out and play a real good, solid football game.
I do think people are looking at this game as not a passing of the torch, but a comparison. And just like the Heisman Trophy, they like to create a comparison.
Right.
So now you have last year, and I think it's fair that does it mean that Drake May is ultimately better than Josh Allen? I don't know yet, because we have a long history with Josh Allen. But if he goes out there and he wins the game and he brings them from behind, similar to what Josh Allen did last week when they played the Ravens, they're absolutely going to say, because I don't think they want to give it to Drake May. I don't think they want to. I think they want to give it to Matthew Stafford. So there needs to be something tangible that they can use when they go on all these talking head shows.
Well, make it 3 wins in a row for the Bruins. They beat their former coach, Jim Montgomery, and the St. Louis Blues last night. David Pastrnak was back in the lineup after missing 5 games with a lower body injury. He had 2 assists on the night. Mark Kastelik and Fraser Minton each scored 2 goals. Bruins win at 5-2. They'll be in Winnipeg to face the Jets tomorrow. Thanks for streaming CBS News Boston. I'm Brianna Pitts. Be sure to stay with CBS News Boston throughout the day for updates on breaking news and your next weather forecast.
Welcome back, folks. Let's get to what's next in your next weather forecast here. We're talking about mild temperatures taking over the region again today, along with some spot shower chances moving back in. We have a warm front moving north into the region, followed by a cold front arriving later today. So you know what that means. That means colder air moving in, and also winds are going to be gusty as well as we switch out from a bit of a high pressure to low pressure there. And also those drier conditions will be taking over, and that'll propel us right into the weekend here. Keeping an eye on some game day snow for us on Sunday as we extend our sunrise times. We're kind of pushing things back here. Later sunrises, later sunsets, but we're actually going to be getting an earlier sunset as we start to see a bit of that January flow move back in. So again, we're mild today. This is actually going to be the mildest over the next 7 before the coldest moves on in by the end of the 7-day. We'll talk about that. But look at the range of 30s that we have outside right now, with the mid 40s out on the islands as well. We can thank the southwest winds for that. They're going to be gusty later today, about 15 to 20 miles per hour. I'm not even expecting 25 mile per hour gusts, but even if they go above 20 mile per hour gusts there, maybe topping out around 21, maybe even 22 there. So we're giving you an extra heads up here on this Wednesday morning, everybody. Go ahead and make sure that your inflatables, those holiday inflatables in the yard, are properly secured, because we actually have even higher gusts coming into the forecast for tomorrow. We're going to be right around 50 degrees for some areas south and east of town later on today. 44 is the average. So even going above average, I think we'll take it for this time of year, courtesy of the past 9 days being well below average, especially this past Monday and also last Friday. I'm not sure if you remember that. As rain chances ramp up towards the evening commute, that means we're actually going to put us back into the yellow in terms of an evening commute, sort of heads up there. I'm not expecting a whole lot of rain. Okay, we're actually going to have more drier air moving back in rather than a lot of wet and moist conditions there. We'll be around 35 to 40 plus mile per hour gusts for tomorrow afternoon behind the front. So let's walk this thing forward here. Keep an eye on the clock and your place on the map. Green starts to move back in on our weather palette, friends, as we near the evening hours. They're right around the drive at 5. And as we start to see some of that colder air moving back in, I think we also have a chance of some wintry mix now beginning to crawl eastbound out of the Berkshires and make its mark towards the Worcester County area. That's meaning central Mass. The northern portion of the state into Vermont and also New Hampshire, that'll likely gobble up the most of snow. We're expecting that to be plowable, so don't worry about any sort of heavy snow there. 1 to 3 inches is going to be within that range. But as that frontal boundary begins to push even farther east, we'll start to get some of that colder weather kind of slipping down in that column of air. So we actually may have a few dusting, maybe up to a few extra flakes as we near the midnight hour. After that, though, friends, we're pretty much dry, but also gusty. This is sort of the anvil of that colder air on the leading edge. But as all of this rain that you see there, this area of low pressure, remember they are counterclockwise, is going to wrap around and it's going to prepare some of that milder air along with those rain showers into the region, which is why we're going to have sort of a split axis as we get towards the late evening hours. For the most part, we're dry as of right now. A few blowing flakes beginning to move into northern Mass and eventually move out of the Merrimack Valley. But again, this is mainly going to be a visual and probably just a few flakes. We're back to the mid-20s by Monday and climbing to around 30 degrees on Tuesday, so plenty of cold still lies ahead.
Well, a new law banning children under 16 from social media is now in effect in Australia. It is the first ban of its kind anywhere in the world. WBZ's Samantha Cheney is live in her satellite center with the controversy behind it and whether or not something similar could happen here, Sam.
Well, Brianna, it definitely is a conversation starter. While Australia's Prime Minister says this decision came straight from parents whose children's mental health was being affected by social media use, others, they say that the ban hurts democracy and free speech. The new law bans children under the age of 16 from using social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Threads, Snapchat, YouTube, TikTok, Kick, Reddit, Twitch, and X, while gaming and messaging platforms like WhatsApp, Discord, and Roblox are still available. We're told companies that don't block kids could face a fine of up to $33 million. The decision has sparked outrage across the country, with some saying it's necessary, while others, they say they disagree.
Why are they not trusting us with the responsibility of having an account? Like, a lot of my friends have jobs, especially at this age.
I think the government has to do something, and I think if it's successful in Australia, which I think it probably will be.
And you told us that during the night, because it's New Year's Eve, Anna's texting people and she's getting text messages while you guys are in that kitchen.
That's correct.
Could I please have Exhibit 3 again? Thank you. And during the time that you were there, am I correct that it was about 5 hours you spent that night? I think you said 8:30 to 1:30?
Roughly 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't drunk, right?
No.
They weren't drunk?
No.
The champagne was free flowing, so to speak, but everyone was just happy and tipsy.
Yeah.
Okay. And during the night, there are, you had mentioned there was food being served, conversations about the future, and Anna was getting text messages from people, and she was sending text messages to people.
That's correct.
And while you're sitting in that kitchen, the three of you, at some point she says, let's send a picture to Will.
I believe that's what she said. I'm not 100% sure. I believe that's what she said. Yeah.
And after that, you stayed for quite a bit after that.
Again, I don't remember at what part of the evening that, actually, I do, because I would have, because this would have been exactly when their oldest son, was awake. So it would have been towards the beginning. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you stayed for several hours after that, right?
That's correct.
And during the night, everyone continued to be jovial, I believe you described.
That's correct.
Drinking champagne.
That's right.
Laughing with each other.
That's correct.
And I think you had told us on direct that at some point, Brian had told you that he had lost his phone.
That he had misplaced his phone.
Misplaced his phone. And I think you had said that he told you it was liberating not to have it.
That's correct.
And he was kind of laughing about how free it felt not to be on a cell phone.
That was the gist of it, correct.
At some point on January 4th, you had a conversation with Brian over the phone?
Was that a Wednesday?
I don't have a calendar out, but I think you had said, I appreciate everyone quickly moving.
So the first was a Sunday.
2, 3, 4. So
yes, on Wednesday I did. Yes, I received a call from Brian.
And on that call, you had just seen them at about 1:30 on New Year's Eve, so about not even 4 days before.
That's correct.
And he had told you that he hadn't spoken to her in several days and that she was missing.
That's correct.
And I think you told us on direct that you were in shock. It didn't make sense to you.
That's correct.
That you were just with them.
That's correct.
And you said to Brian, did you guys have an argument? Did you have a disagreement, right?
I did.
And you asked him that repeatedly.
I don't know if I asked him that repeatedly. I did ask him that question.
And he said to you, no. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
That's correct.
Because it didn't make sense to you that they hadn't spoken in days, right?
That's correct. And it also didn't make sense to me that she would leave shortly after I left. There was, yeah.
And so given that, it didn't make sense to you. You were there until 1:30. They weren't arguing.
They weren't arguing, no.
You said the night was joyful.
That's correct.
They were happy.
That's correct.
And from everything you saw and what you've told us, they were in love.
Well, they were happy is a loaded statement, I think.
Let me-
I mean, they seemed happy that night, but people are complex. So I want to make sure that I answer that question truthfully.
No, I appreciate
So
that. Let me ask you this.
I did know a couple days in advance that
So let
she.
me just stop you for a minute.
Thank you.
Okay?
Sure.
You've been a realtor for 23 years.
25 years now.
25 years. So you're a salesperson, right? In a sense, one of the aspects of your job is to sell properties, right?
That's correct.
And would you say that one of your greatest assets is to be able to read people?
That's true.
Understand.
To listen, to understand. Yes,
And I think you just said people are complex.
that's correct.
And so you, in your professional job, part of it is to kind of be able to understand those complexities.
Yes,
To see if someone is maybe putting on a brave face or holding back, right?
sure.
And you had known Anna and Brian Walshe as a married couple for almost 3 years at that point, right?
That's correct.
And you have spent time with them together.
Mhm.
You said that their family was like your family, right?
Sure.
And you had spent time with Brian by himself.
I hadn't seen Brian in months at that point. And I hadn't also only seen Anna physically. I hadn't seen Anna physically in months.
Okay. But in the past, in those times that you have described them as family, as close friends, you had spent time with Brian Walshe, just one-on-one.
Yes, I had.
You would spend time with Anna, just one-on-one.
That's correct.
She worked for you, and you described that you would be in touch all day, every day when she was working for you, right?
I can't say it was every single day, but
Okay,
it was.
you brought pastries to your home in the South End,
Sure,
right?
sure. Yeah,
And you told us that she was your confidant and you were hers, right?
that's correct.
You went through an intense program with Mr. Walsh, right?
That's correct.
And you spent 5 hours with him on New Year's Eve on December 31st of 2022, right?
That's correct.
And you described the night as joyful,
Jovial.
as full of hope. And on your
I'm not sure.
before the break, that everyone was hopeful and looking towards the new year.
I'm not sure that I would describe it as hopeful for the new year specifically. If you had to ask me specifically as to what the mood was, whether she was, because I had heard a couple days prior.
I'm going to stop you.
Sure.
You all signed a champagne bottle, right? You took a,
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And that's where the complexity comes into play. I cannot know what was going on in their hearts and minds. Yeah. Of course, thank you.
I understand,
Of course,
I'm
yeah.
talking about those complexities.
Sure.
You said that everyone was laughing that night together, right?
Yeah, there was a good mood that night.
Good mood that
Yeah.
night. You never saw them argue, right?
I did not.
You said at one point that you saw them talking and laughing with each other, right?
Sure. Yes, I did.
And at one point, Thomas came downstairs and they didn't shoo him back up to bed. It was happy to have their son together with you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And when Brian was cooking for you, he was even putting a Turkish flair on some of the foods specifically for you, right?
That's correct. I remember him saying that, yeah.
And at 1:30 when you left, they weren't even telling you to leave. You just realized it was late and you should go.
That is also correct.
And so when you heard that Brian was telling you that he hadn't spoken to his wife in 3 days, that did not make sense to you.
It did not.
Because when you left at 1:30 in the morning, it was a joyful, happy occasion. I'm using your words. It was a joyful, happy occasion on New Year's Eve of January 31st, 2022.
I didn't understand how Anna could be missing and how we did not know about this since the first of the year. It had been 3 days, and our community had not been correct. We had not known about this for 3 days. I did not understand, and the tone of voice was not panicked.
So let me just ask you my question again.
Yes, thank you.
Let me know if I'm not phrasing it right.
Please.
When you left the house
Yes.
of your good friends
Yes.
on January 31st of January 1st now at 1:30 in the morning.
Yes.
The mood was joyful and happy.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Redirect.
I think I'll be brief, Your Honor. Sir, you said you had heard a couple days prior. Had you heard from Anna a couple days prior? When you were saying about people being complex.
Your Honor, I apologize. I could be just losing my hearing. I can't hear Mr. Connor.
Sorry, and I'm talking into my shoulder, so that's my fault. Sir, when you were saying people are complex and you had heard a couple days prior, are you referring to your conversation with Anna a couple days prior?
Yes, I was. I am.
What is it that you heard in your conversation a couple days prior that makes you say that people are complex?
That they had marital problems.
Objection, move to strike the characterization.
All right, and I'm going to remind you, sir, I'm going to strike the marital problems, the characterization, but you can, without characterizing, you can discuss what you recall her saying, even if you don't remember the exact words.
Sure. I recall.
Let me state the question again.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Understanding what Her Honor said as far as what Anna was saying.
Sure.
What is it that you heard in that conversation that you just said that people are complex?
Well, if I may I explain?
I think you can't, sir. I think you have to stay with just what Anna said to you.
Sure.
You state what Anna said to you. If you can't, that's okay. But if you can state what Anna said to you, that's my question.
On the 29th,
Yes.
when we had that phone conversation,
Yes, sir.
she told me that there were cracks in the relationships. And I don't know which words. She may have used precisely those words. She may have used other words.
Be seen sidebar objection, and I'm going to move to strike that testimony.
I'll hear you at the sidebar before I make any ruling on that. Let's try that question again.
So, sir, I know it's been 3 years.
It has been.
To the best of your recollection, what I'm asking you is on that December 29th conversation, to the best of your recollection, what did Anna Walshe say to you that led you to say that people are complex?
Okay. The complexity I'm referring to is the fact that on the 29th,
Yes.
she gave me information. I cannot recall the exact words. She gave me information that she was having problems in her marriage with Brian.
Can Your Honor move to strike?
To the best of your recollection, what did she say?
Well, again, it's been 3 years, Your Honor.
If you have a recollection, you do, and if you don't, sir, that's fine too.
I remember what was discussed at the conversation. I just don't remember the exact words. I did give my testimony when it was very fresh.
And I know we're all
I understand.
jumping in the middle.
Sure.
And sir, it's just because we want to make sure we get it right.
Okay.
All right. So, you had the conversation with Anna on the 29th.
That's correct.
Do you remember what she said? And if you don't, you don't. It's okay. Do you remember what she said that makes you think that people are complex?
Well, it's not what she said that night that makes me think that people are complex. I know people are complex.
Move to strike. Maybe
All right, I'll strike the end, redirect the witness to the time frame.
All right. So, just on December 29th, what did she say to you as far as your concerns about her being...
I don't recall the exact words.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Marlini Ramdal.
You can call me, please. Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You can just follow me, please. Just take your time. Just watch your step.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, could you please state your name for the record?
Good afternoon, Marlini Ramdal.
And can you please spell your name for the record?
Yes, Marlini, Marlenny. Last name Ramdehal.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a senior U.S. probation officer.
And what is your jurisdiction?
The District of Massachusetts.
Where is your office located?
In Taunton.
And how long have you been a federal probation officer?
Approximately 12 years.
Are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
I am.
And how long have you known Mr. Walshe?
Since November of 2021.
And that's when you first met him?
Yes.
And how often did you see him?
Approximately once every 60 days.
And how did you see him?
At his residence or at my office.
And can you please identify him for the record?
Mr. Walshe in the black sweater.
Thank you. Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
In January of 2023 and December of 2022, was Mr. Walshe, the defendant, subject to conditions set by a federal district court?
He was.
And what were those conditions?
He was subject to a number of conditions, to include home confinement, which limited his movement in the community.
When was the defendant authorized to leave his home?
He was authorized to leave his residence with a pre-scheduled pass, so he would have to ask permission before leaving his home.
Did he have set windows that he was allowed to leave?
He did.
And what was he required to do before leaving his home?
Prior to leaving his residence, he would have to have an approved schedule.
And who would approve that schedule?
I would.
Where was he allowed to go?
A client on the home confinement program is only allowed to leave the residence for essential necessities, so things such as employment, education, religion, treatment, attorney visits, court-appointed activities. He was also allowed to do things such as grocery shop, banking, grooming, things of that nature. He also had permission to do things with his children and his mother.
So what did he need to do as far as specifying where he would go?
So on Thursdays, he was to submit schedules to me with what essential necessities would be required for the following week.
And how would he do that?
He would send me an email.
Okay. And what email did he use?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
What permission did he have to leave the state?
He did not have permission to leave the state.
You said that he was allowed to go for necessities. Is a restaurant considered a necessity?
No, it is not.
What did he have to do if he wanted to deviate from the schedule that he had submitted on Thursdays, I believe you said?
Correct. Yeah, if there was a change to the schedule, he would be required to submit a new schedule request.
And how would he do that?
Again, via email.
And who would he do that to?
Myself.
So I want to ask you about Friday, January 6th of 2023. Did you see the defendant that day in person?
I did.
Okay. And what contact did you receive from him requesting permission for his window for the following week?
On January 6th, Mr. Walshe submitted a schedule for Wednesday the 11th. He requested a haircut appointment from 1:30 to 3:15. He also requested a pass for the 12th to meet with his probate attorney from 10:30 to 3:15.
What contact did you have from the defendant on January 5th of 2023?
On January 5th, Mr. Walshe contacted me to inform me of law enforcement contact, which is required by his conditions of release. He also notified me that his wife, Anna, was missing.
What was his window of release on Thursday, January 5th?
On January 5th, he had a reoccurring schedule to drop off his children between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. He then had a pass to assist his mother with some errands from 10:15 to 1:30. And then he had a reoccurring schedule to pick up his children from 3:45 to 6:15.
And the morning schedule and the afternoon schedule, was that a set recurring schedule?
Correct, Monday through Friday.
And was the middle, the time that he was with his mother, was that also a recurring time, or was that something he had just requested?
He had just requested it the week prior.
And what was the window of release for Wednesday, January 4th?
The 4th would have been drop off children from 8 to 10:30. Then he had a reoccurring groceries schedule from 11 to 1:30, and again, pickup of the children from 3:15 to 6:45.
So that was all prearranged?
Correct, yes.
And what was the window of release on Tuesday, January 3rd?
Tuesday, drop off children, 8 to 10:30. pick up children 3:15 to 6:45, and he had a reoccurring schedule as well to get his trash out, and that was from 7:50 to 8:20, I believe.
In the evening?
In the evening, sorry.
Okay. And why did he need that for the trash?
Because it wasn't on his property.
Okay. And what was the window of release for Monday, January 2nd of 2023?
On Monday the 2nd, he only had pickup and drop off of the children, so 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., and then pick up from 3:15 to 6:45.
Okay. But did you receive some information about an unauthorized leave for that day?
I did.
And when was that?
Approximately 3:53 p.m.
And did you speak to him?
I did.
And what contact did you have with him?
I reached out to him to ask him about the unauthorized leave, and he indicated that he was picking up his children per usual.
Okay. And in fact, the 3:15 to 6:45, was that authorized for Monday, January 2nd, 2023, being a holiday?
It was, because there was no notification that school was not in session.
And what was the window of release on Sunday, January 1st of 2023?
On the 1st, he had submitted a request to return his mother home from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And what do you mean return his mother home?
He indicated that his mother was staying with him post-surgery, and he was taking her back to her residence.
And when was that window established?
That would have been the week prior, so I want to say December 22nd.
And where did he indicate that he would be returning his mother?
To her residence.
And where was that, if you know?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. And at that point, did he ask permission to go to a restaurant?
He did not.
For January 1st of 2023?
He did not.
And was the defendant allowed to go places if he had not cleared it with you first?
He was not allowed to do any unapproved stops.
If I might have one moment.
You may.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Yes, thank you. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So did I hear you right that said the Mr. Walsh asked to be able to go 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday, January 1st. He asked that the prior week of December 22nd.
That is correct.
And there were, to go out to a restaurant, that would have been correct.
It would need court approval. Probation does not have the authority to approve non-essential necessities.
So you'd have to go through a court process. That'd take quite a while to go through the federal court process.
It's a motion to the court, so it's just a documentation that needs to be submitted.
But it has to be filed, it has to be decided, it has to be returned.
That is correct.
So, and there's always the chance that it wouldn't be allowed.
Correct.
So if somebody like Mr. Walsh wanted to take his wife out to a restaurant for New Year's Day, there's a chance that he wouldn't be permitted and get permission to take his wife to a New Year's Day dinner, even if he had filed a request.
There is that chance, correct.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth will call Anthony McCrina.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Take your time to watch your step. Do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak.
Sure.
Right?
Yep.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record? Sure. It's Tony McCrina, McCrina. Where do you work, sir? Home Depot. And what do you do for Home Depot? I am a district asset protection manager. And what are your responsibilities as a district asset protection manager? I help increase profitability by mitigating losses and creating a safe work environment for the associates and customers. How long have you been with Home Depot? Currently 4.5 years. And how in that time you've always been a district asset protection manager? Yes. And what is your district? It's considered southeastern Mass, so it's approximately 10 stores in that area. All right. Does that include Rockland? Yes. Sir, have you had the opportunity to help produce a receipt and videos to law enforcement in January 2023 in this matter? Yes. And have you had the opportunity to review both of those prior to today? I did. Sir, as far as the videos that are maintained at Home Depot, are they done in the normal course of business? Yes, they are. Are they done in good faith? Yes. And the videos, I take it they're recorded digitally? Correct. So when they're recorded as it's happening to a server, correct? Yes. What access do you have to the server? I remote in, but using a laptop or a computer. Okay. Can anyone have access to it? Just anybody who works within the asset protection department. Right. And sir, the videos that you had a chance to review, did you look at a thumb drive and then sign the back of it? Yes.
You may.
Sure, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you see it? Yes. And do you see your initials in the back? I do. Were these the videos you had a chance to review prior to today to confirm that they were the videos you had turned over from the store depot on January 2nd in Rockland? Yes, they were. How long so you can have the thumb drive mark next to the drive?
Any objection to that?
No objection.
The Home Depot thumb drive, now in evidence is 260.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish some of the videos from the Home Depot thumb drive?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the video Home Depot entering? If we could press pause. Mr. McCrina, can you see the video on the screen? Yes. Where is this in the Home Depot? This is a shot of the doorway where most customers after purchasing would walk out. So the main exit, we call this. The main exit. Now, at the bottom of the screen, there's a date and time. Are the dates and times accurate on the Home Depot videos? Yes, they are. And to be clear, this is Rockland, right? Correct. Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you close out that. And Ms. Gilman, could we have pro-exit purchasing? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go to 107 on this. Thank you. Sir, where is this location in Home Depot in Rockland? This is on one side of the store. We call it the Pro Exit. So generally, this is where the lumber is purchased, and it's usually a bigger space so that you can get those bigger carts through the doorway. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCrina, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that the receipt that corresponds to the video we just saw?
Yes.
How are you able to find a receipt to correspond to the video?
I was given an item number from the state police.
And so then you look up the item number?
Looked up the item number, and it brings me right to this transaction. The two are tied together.
And so the receipts are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
In good faith?
Yes.
And you turn this over to the police in January 2023?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from Home Depot for January 2nd as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to 260 is now in evidence as 261.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 261?
You may.
Thank you. Looking at the top of it, sir, what is the address of the store?
1149 Hingham Street, Rockland, Massachusetts.
And what is the significance of Register 3?
Register 3 is the register number that was shown in the video where those purchases were made.
And Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to the bottom? Actually, stay right there, Ms. Gilman. Sir, on A&H baking soda, what is that?
That is a 12-pound bag of baking soda. It was the one that was on the bottom of the cart.
Home Depot sells 12 pounds of baking soda?
Yes.
And then what is the date and the time of the transaction?
The date is 1/2 of 2023 at 5:01 and 47 seconds p.m.
What was the amount for the transaction?
The amount was $453.54.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. Commonwealth would call Kelli Roy Paleologos. Call me, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Please. Take your time. Just watch your step, okay? You can have a seat. Hold that chair a little closer. Just do me a favor. Just keep your voice up when you speak, okay? Okay. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you bring that microphone a little bit closer to you? It will help keep things loud.
Is that better?
Much better.
Okay.
Could you state your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Kelli Roy-Palos, K-A-L-I-R-O-I, last name P-A-L-A-I-O-L-O-G-O-S.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Beacon Communities, more specifically Chatham West and the Pines.
And what is Chatham West?
It's a housing residential apartment complex.
Where is Chatham West located?
Brockton, Massachusetts.
And what do you do there?
I'm a property manager.
And as the property manager, do you have access to their surveillance videos?
Yes, sir, I do.
And as far as the surveillance videos, how many cameras do they have on the exterior of their building?
Approximately 25 back in 23.
In January of 2023, how many units were at Chatham West?
507.
507?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really large complex. What does Chatham West have for dumpsters in January 2023?
About 21 dumpsters.
And what access does the general public have to the dumpsters in January 2023?
They're open to the public.
Okay. Now, in January 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce surveillance videos to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review them prior to today?
Yes.
Have they been edited in any fashion?
No, sir.
And Chatham West, when they maintain their surveillance videos, done the normal course of business?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. Do you maintain your surveillance videos in the normal course of business?
Yes, I do.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And again, you turn these over to law enforcement in January 2023?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May?
Ma'am, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
Yes, it does.
Does this have the video that you reviewed that had you previously turned over to law enforcement?
Yes, it does.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the video from Chatham West on the thumb drive marked as the next exhibit.
No objection. It will be marked and admitted into evidence now as 262.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish the video from Chatham West?
You may.
Thank you. Pause. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. In the top left-hand corner, what does it say as far as a date and time?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time?
5:11 at night.
Okay. Now, with your surveillance videos, is the time accurate or can be off?
It's accurate. Could be off by a minute or two, but it's accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's not continuous. Is that all of your videos, or how is that? Can you explain that process?
It depends on the camera. Sometimes there's a little bit of a lag where it becomes choppy like that.
So that's not abnormal. That can happen with your surveillance sometimes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
No questions.
The witness may step down. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Would now be a good time to break for the lunch.
Well, Your Honor, I think the Commonwealth's always made its opinion on lunch.
All right. Jurors, we'll take our lunch break now, and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Jurors, everything all rise. Jurors, leave no quick speeches. Follow me. Watch your step, please.
seated. Does anyone need to discuss anything?
Nothing from the Commonwealth, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Have a good lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. It was a recess.
Live on WBZ TV and streaming on CBS News Boston. WBZ News starts now with breaking news.
We've learned that a Boston Medical Center employee was stabbed on the hospital's campus. Police say the victim was stabbed around 2 a.m. in the area of 850 Harrison Avenue. They were able to take themselves to the emergency room, but we understand the injuries are life-threatening. Police do have a suspect in custody. Also breaking, a major water main break in Worcester. This is right at the intersection of 190 southbound Frontage Road and Shore Drive, right by the YMCA. According to a statement from the city, roads in that area are closed. The water main break is isolated, though, so the water is off, but it is expected to take all day and overnight to repair that. This is the second water main break in the Shore Drive area in just a matter of days. I'm Paula Eben. We're following more breaking news in Worcester. The Office of the Child Advocate has released details about its investigation into the death of a 4-year-old girl whose father is charged in her murder. Azella Ortiz died on October 15th of last year. She was found with multiple blunt force injuries. Now, in the findings released today, the report found that Azella and her 2 siblings were chronically neglected. The investigation says that the Massachusetts Child Welfare Agency failed to properly respond to warning signs about the parents in the years leading up to Azella's death, such as the parents' substance use. The Department of Children and Families closed the case when it believed the family had moved out of state.
The OCA findings in this case mirror patterns identified in multiple other cases reviewed by the OCA. First, the OCA finds that DCF did not have a strong clinical formulation for this family, which is to say they did not fully or accurately understand the family dynamics, capacities, and challenges, resulting in ineffective intervention.
Azella's father, Francisco Ortiz, has been charged with her murder. He's currently in jail awaiting trial. A friend who spent New Year's Eve with Brian and Anna Walshe testified today in Brian Walshe's murder trial. Jem Mutlu is believed to be the last person to see Anna alive before she disappeared. She spent New Year's Eve he spent New Year's Eve with the couple, and he testified that Anna had told him she was having issues in her marriage, but everything seemed normal as they celebrated New Year's Eve. Mutlu said he'd later got a call from Brian asking if he'd seen Anna and saying that Anna had left their home New Year's Day.
He said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
his response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock.
Mutlu said there was no panic in Walshe's voice as they talked about his wife being missing. You can continue to watch the Brian Walshe trial live on our streaming service, CBS News Boston. You can also find it on the CBS News app, WBZ.com, or Pluto TV. Turning now to next weather, and we are warming up after that frigid start to the week as we look down on the State House. But we could see some showers later tonight. WBZ meteorologist Jason Michaels here with our next weather forecast. If the warmer temperatures mean a little rain, Jason, I think we'll take it.
I think we'll take it too. Hey, we definitely need it here. We already are beginning to see a bit of a changeover happen outside. You certainly are feeling it as well, with temperatures warming up well into the 40s there. But the increasing clouds, that is a clear sign that we have some weather moving on in. Look at that. Western Mass and Central Mass already getting the first snow showers moving on in. But all of this activity that you see here, friends, will be rotating counterclockwise around. This is actually going to bring in more warmer air and also allow from these scattered snow showers to switch over to rain. Obviously, being well above the freezing mark, we are not expecting any sort of snow showers here in the Boston area, even points south there. Temperatures are roughly 20 degrees warmer from 24 hours ago, and the 40s never felt so good. We're at 44 degrees in the city of Boston as of right now and making the climb towards 50 degrees out on the Cape. Lower 50s out on the islands as of right now, and still trying to pull ourselves together over in Worcester County. Mid-30s there for them as we go past this noon hour. We should be averaging around 44 degrees, so we are right on the nose of the average daytime high, and we have not been there for quite some time. Today, we broke the streak of being below average in terms of surface highs. 31 degrees. We were warmer than the average earlier this morning as well. So Wednesday, we like how it feels there. Rain showers are going to be ramping up after we get past the drive at 5, around 6 to 7, perhaps even around onward through about 8 to 9 p.m. We're not expecting a deluge nor a washout there, but again, some areas likely going to be receiving roughly around 1/10 and maybe up to 2/10 of an inch of rain. Here's how everything unfolds here, friends. You can see there around 5 p.m. starting to push all of this energy in. We're still actually dealing with these south winds. We're actually going to be breezy at times there before that colder pocket of air begins to move on in. Some of the rain showers continue through the Boston area around bedtime later on this evening, and then that cold, dry air and winds will be gusting for Thursday here. Paula, we have to talk about that because the winds tomorrow will definitely be the theme of our weather story. Those full details coming up a little bit later in the broadcast.
Yeah, wind on the way. All right, Jason, thank you. The U.S. Senate will vote on 2 health care plans tomorrow, but neither is expected to pass. And that means premiums will go up in the new year for people who got health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. The impact will be felt here in Massachusetts. WBZ's Anna Myler shows us how.
About 10,000 Massachusetts residents have dropped health plans they obtained through the Massachusetts Health Connector. This is happening just weeks before health premiums are set to go way up. Governor Maura Healey is calling on President Trump and Congress to take action before the end of the year when Affordable Care Act tax credits are set to expire, leading to a drastic increase in health insurance premiums.
People are going to see their health insurance costs go up, double, triple.
Governor Healey says more than 300,000 Massachusetts residents could be impacted if they expire.
A lot of them are small business owners. They're people who are self-employed. They're middle-class families, single parents, all across our state.
The executive director of the Mass Health Connector is testifying before Congress in Washington, D.C. today.
I will be sharing details on what we at the Health Connector are seeing and hearing right here on the ground in Massachusetts as the harms of inaction bear down on hundreds of thousands of residents.
Senate Democrats are planning a vote Thursday on a 3-year extension of the enhanced ACA tax credits, hoping to prevent premiums from soaring.
It's just astounding that people would pay $500 or $1,000 more a month for their health care. What are they going to do come January 1st?
Meanwhile, GOP senators plan to bring up an alternative proposal for a vote Thursday that does not extend the tax credits, but instead provides funds to enrollees in health savings accounts.
It delivers the benefit directly to the patient, not to the insurance company, and it does it in a way that actually saves money.
December 23rd is the last day that people in Massachusetts can enroll in coverage to begin on January 1st. The state has set up a portal on the Health Connector website to help people navigate this situation. In Boston, Anna Myler, WBZ News.
Back to work today for the Patriots after an off day. There is a lot on the line when they face the Bills on Sunday on WBZ. The Pats can clinch the AFC East title and a playoff spot with a win. So the Pats are already beat Buffalo on the road in Week 5 in prime time on Sunday night. Head coach Mike Vrabel knows this Sunday will be just as tough.
This is a very good football team. There's a reason that they've won this division 5 years in a row. A lot of respect for them. They're never out of it. They may be down, and just like last week, it's a football team that understands that somebody's going to make a play, and then the quarterback is going to give them a chance to the very end.
Start your Sunday with Patriots game day at 11:30 on WBZ. Pats and Bills kick off at 1 o'clock, also on BZ, followed by the fifth quarter postgame show over on TV 38. Why the city of Cambridge is ending its contract with a license plate camera company.
And Paula, on this Wednesday afternoon, we already have the first new weather watchers reporting in. As you can see there, 40s across the board down in Plymouth, Hopkinton, as well as Lexington. And that means we have to tell you about something here. The new Next Weather team is launching a brand new platform for our weather watchers. All new with current and future weather watchers. You need to visit the website again to register. Just go to WBZ.com/WWN and follow the directions. We're excited for you to join the team.
You're watching WBZ News.
The city of Cambridge is ending its contract with the security technology company Flock Safety. The decision comes because of concerns about data privacy and security, as WBZ's Samantha Cheney shows us.
Well, at a time when Cambridge police say collaboration between local governments and federal law enforcement is already strained, they've decided to end their contract with the company Flock Safety as a way to mitigate community concerns about data privacy and security. Police say Flock Safety broke their trust in November when they installed 2 automatic license readers without the city knowing, after being told to remove them all in October. We're told the additional cameras were part of an outstanding work order that should have been canceled when the city deactivated their account. In a public safety meeting yesterday, Flock addressed the issue.
And as soon as this was something that was noticed on our end in the spirit of transparency, we ensured we directly notified law enforcement. I want to clarify a couple things. Number one, at no point in time was any data searched, accessed, queried, or anything like that. Number two, the cameras are down. We removed them. There are no Flock Safety cameras in Cambridge today.
Now, city officials, they say they will continue to explore automatic license readers, but they say the technology will only be used if they can ensure the community's data will be protected. Here in Cambridge, I'm Samantha Cheney, WBZ News.
With a full look at our next weather forecast, when does the rain move in, Jason?
I hate to be the bearer of the bad news. It unfortunately will be arriving around the drive at 5. Some areas will still be a little bit drier there, Paula, but some areas are actually going to begin to get a little bit of wet weather moving back in. And also the first few flakes have already begun to move in across central Mass at this hour here. So what's next on our weather tracker? Let's talk about it here. Periods of rain arriving later on today into the evening hours as well. The rest of the week, though, will be dry but also cold, and with high winds threatening the region for tomorrow and light snow possible for us by the end of the weekend on Sunday. Let's talk about that timeline here as we roll things out here roughly around 5 p.m. onward through the evening hours. We're talking about some moderate rain at times, but I think for the most part it's actually going to be light and very scattered, okay? We're only talking about 1/10, maybe up to 2/10 of an inch there, and rainfall forecast is actually trying its best to pull in some extra rain down there, but some areas down here may actually be a little bit drier than other areas. The temperatures, that is the biggest thing that you are noticing on this Wednesday, not just for earlier this morning, but also throughout the midday into the afternoon. We have a sizable warm up upon us as of right now, with that warm front moving north across the region there, allowing for a warmer than average Wednesday afternoon, and we love to feel it, certainly as we've been very cold over the past several days here. 44 degrees, that is the exact average where we should be for this time of year. So it's nice to be average, okay? It's not necessarily a bad thing, especially at this time of year. Breezy winds out of the south as of right now, roughly around 15 miles per hour. This is what we're dealing with here with that gyre of low pressure crawling through Ohio as of right now. Plenty of cold air. As you can see, there were some of those scattered snow showers across portions of northern Pennsylvania, upstate New York there, even pushing into the Berkshires as well as southern Vermont at this hour here. But all this activity is rotating around, friends, just like it does with areas of low pressure rotating counterclockwise. Some first flakes already beginning to push into central and also northern Mass at this hour. Little to no accumulations are expected there because, again, we are still allowing for some warmer temperatures, well above the freezing mark, in fact, there. Some periodic rain showers begin to move inside 495 as we near about 4 to 5 p.m. later this afternoon. It'll no doubt get the windshield wipers going, but again, I don't think they're actually going to be going fairly fast there because it's going to be fairly light. Even around 10 p.m., Boston still is getting in on the wet weather there, with some of that colder air beginning to trickle down and move south into the region. Little to no accumulations, maybe a dusting, maybe around, just going to keep it around a dusting. If you get an inch of snow, I don't think it's going to be bad. It's just going to get you a little bit more into the holiday spirit. Then we switch out and we start to talk about gusty winds, friends. Look at the gust. Okay, we're talking about noon tomorrow being around 35 mile per hour gust here in the city. But I think for the Cape and the Islands, we're talking much more about a 40 mile per hour gust there. And even some models are forecasting they could be actually nearing the 50 mile per hour gust range as we near the end of the afternoon and through the early evening hours. This is 7 p.m. tomorrow evening. 48 mile per hour gust there. Yeah, it can definitely get some of the inflatables blowing around. So just make sure they're properly secured before all the rain and all the muck gets into the weather forecast. I'm still forecasting highs to be above average later on this afternoon. We're going to add on top of that 44 another couple degrees or so, maybe 2 to 3 to get us to about 47 to 48 degrees. And then the colder air along with those gusty winds will pull us back down again. What goes up must come down. We'll be back to around the lower 30s for the start of the weekend and also the finish. The only difference, though, is that we're going to be tracking a little bit of flakes moving into the region as well. We have 1 of 2 chances arriving for us. Look at this. Okay, we start to get into Saturday afternoon, a couple flakes moving on down. But as that area of low pressure moves across the country, I think for the most part it'll stay into area south there. We're still going to be on the north side, which means we're still going to be dealing with colder air, which is why we're going to be around 32 degrees. But as that pushes off into Cays and the Gulf of Maine, That'll ignite more cold weather. Another Monday of being well below average, only in the mid-20s for us on Monday, even though we'll have sunshine and back around low 30s around the freezing mark on Tuesday, Paula.
All right, Jason, thanks so much. WBZ and the New England Patriots have teamed up for the annual holiday toy drive. You can bring a new unwrapped toy for a child of any age, newborn to 14 years old, to Patriot Place at any time up through Sunday. There are donation bins throughout Patriot Place. Go to patriots.com/community to see the list of specific items kids are looking for. Emmy Award-winning journalist Tony Dokoupil has been named anchor of the CBS Evening News. Dokoupil has 2 decades of experience in journalism. He joined CBS News in 2016. Tony has been a co-anchor of CBS Mornings for the last 6 years. He'll begin his new role on Monday, January 5th. We're wishing him the very best. We'll be right back. Well, every year there's a man in Worcester who celebrates the season with a huge display of inflatables. WBZ's Levin Reed went to check it out.
It's a perfect way to get into the holiday spirit, and it's all for a great cause. The Cornwell Holiday Display is put on by Alex Cornwell at his home in Worcester.
I love putting this up. I love seeing the kids come and all their smiles and, whoa, pointing at that one.
Yeah.
I just love seeing them running around, laughing.
He started showcasing his inflatables 7 years ago. How many did you have in 2019?
40. Started with 40.
And how did you start to go for it?
So I've actually been buying out local displays that have been calling it quits. I would buy 40 at a time, so we just grew exponentially.
Well, now he has 270. And by the way, there are 8 more waiting to get set up.
So they all fill with water. So you gotta constantly wring them all out.
To come and take it all in, it'll cost you nothing.
There is no entrance fee. None of this goes to pay for the inflatables. All of this comes out of my pocket. Trust me, my wife knows the bank account drains.
But donations are accepted, and 100% of the proceeds go to the Why Me and Sherry's House. They support families dealing with childhood cancer, and it's a nonprofit organization close to Alex's heart.
When I was 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cancer, and I spent 3 years in the hospital. And Why Me and Sherry's House helped my family out so much, and I just wanted to give back to them the way they helped us.
So if you happen to be in Worcester and find yourself Christmas caroling, stop in and get your inflatable fix. I'm sure it'll be a good time. At the Cornwell Holiday Display in Worcester, I'm Levin Reed, WBZ News.
It's going to be windy tomorrow, though. Up next, the spice McCormick predicts will be the flavor of the year in 2026. Black currant is predicted to be the flavor of the year next year. McCormick predicts that the tart berry will soon be big in American dishes and drinks. With its origins in Europe and Central Asia, black currant is starting to appear on menus in the U.S., notably cocktails and soft drinks. McCormick's flavor of the year is part of its annual report on dining trends. The news continues, now streaming on CBS News Boston. Have a good afternoon. Our next newscast is at 5 p.m. I'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early at 5 a.m.
live on WBZ TV and streaming on CBS News Boston. WBZ News starts now with breaking news.
We've learned that a Boston Medical Center employee was stabbed on the hospital's campus. Police say the victim was stabbed around 2 a.m. in the area of 850 Harrison Avenue. They were able to take themselves to the emergency room, but we understand the injuries are life-threatening. Police do have a suspect in custody. Also breaking, a major water main break in Worcester. This is right at the intersection of 190 southbound Frontage Road and Shore Drive, right by the YMCA. According to a statement from the city, roads in that area are closed. The water main break is isolated, though, so the water is off, but it is expected to take all day and overnight to repair that. This is the second water main break in the Shore Drive area in just a matter of days. I'm Paula Eben. We're following more breaking news in Worcester. The Office of the Child Advocate has released details about its investigation into the death of a 4-year-old girl whose father is charged in her murder. Azella Ortiz died on October 15th of last year. She was found with multiple blunt force injuries. Now, in the findings released today, the report found that Azella and her 2 siblings were chronically neglected. The investigation says that the Massachusetts Child Welfare Agency failed to properly respond to warning signs about the parents in the years leading up to Azella's death, such as the parents' substance use. The Department of Children and Families closed the case when it believed the family had moved out of state.
The OCA findings in this case mirror patterns identified in multiple other cases reviewed by the OCA. First, the OCA finds that DCF did not have a strong clinical formulation for this family, which is to say, they did not fully or accurately understand the family dynamics, capacities, and challenges, resulting in ineffective intervention.
Azella's father, Francisco Ortiz, has been charged with her murder. He's currently in jail awaiting trial. A friend who spent New Year's Eve with Brian and Anna Walshe testified today in Brian Walshe's murder trial. Jem Mutlu is believed to be the last person to see Anna alive before she disappeared. She spent New Year's Eve he spent New Year's Eve with the couple, and he testified that Anna had told him she was having issues in her marriage, but everything seemed normal as they celebrated New Year's Eve. Mutlu said he later got a call from Brian asking if he'd seen Anna and saying that Anna had left their home New Year's Day.
He said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock.
Mutlu said there was no panic in Walshe's voice as they talked about his wife being missing. You can continue to watch the Brian Walshe trial live on our streaming service, CBS News Boston. You can also find it on the CBS News app, WBZ.com, or Pluto TV. Turning now to next weather, and we are warming up after that frigid start to the week as we look down on the State House, but we could see some showers later tonight. WBZ meteorologist Jason Michaels here with our next weather forecast. If the warmer temperatures mean a little rain, Jason, I think we'll take it.
I think we'll take it too. Hey, we definitely need it here. We already are beginning to see a bit of a changeover happen outside. You certainly are feeling it as well, with temperatures warming up well into the 40s there. But the increasing clouds, that is a clear sign that we have some weather moving on in. Look look at that. Western Mass and Central Mass already getting the first snow showers moving on in. But all of this activity that you see here, friends, will be rotating counterclockwise around. This is actually going to bring in more warmer air and also allow from these scattered snow showers to switch over to rain. Obviously, being well above the freezing mark, we are not expecting any sort of snow showers here in the Boston area, even points south there. Temperatures are roughly 20 degrees warmer from 24 hours ago, and the 40s never felt so good. We're at 44 degrees in the city of Boston as of right now and making the climb towards 50 degrees out on the Cape. Lower 50s out on the islands as of right now, and still trying to pull ourselves together over in Worcester County. Mid-30s there for them as we go past this noon hour. We should be averaging around 44 degrees, so we are right on the nose of the average daytime high, and we have not been there for quite some time. Today, we broke the streak of being below average in terms of surface highs. 31 degrees. We were warmer than the average earlier this morning as well. So Wednesday, we like how it feels there. Rain showers are going to be ramping up after we get past the drive at 5, around 6 to 7, perhaps even onward through about 8 to 9 p.m. We're not expecting a deluge nor a washout there, but again, some areas likely going to be receiving roughly around a tenth and maybe up to 2/10 of an inch of rain. Here's how everything unfolds here, friends. You can see there around 5 p.m. starting to push all of this energy in. We're still actually dealing with these south winds. We're actually going to be breezy at times there before that colder pocket of air begins to move on in. Some of the rain showers continue through the Boston area around bedtime later on this evening, and then that cold, dry air and winds will be gusting for Thursday here. Paula, we have to talk about that because the winds tomorrow will definitely be the theme of our weather story. Those full details coming up a little bit later in the broadcast.
Yeah, wind on the way. All right, Jason, thank you. The U.S. Senate will vote on 2 health care plans tomorrow, but neither is expected to pass. And that means premiums will go up in the new year for people who got health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. The impact will be felt here in Massachusetts. WBZ's Anna Myler shows us how.
About 10,000 Massachusetts residents have dropped health plans they obtained through the Massachusetts Health Connector. This is happening just weeks before health premiums are set to go way up. Governor Maura Healey is calling on President Trump and Congress to take action before the end of the year when Affordable Care Act tax credits are set to expire, leading to a drastic increase in health insurance premiums.
People are going to see their health insurance costs go up, double, triple.
Governor Healey says more than 300,000 Massachusetts residents could be impacted if they expire.
A lot of them are small business owners. They're people who are self-employed. They're middle-class families, single parents, all across our state.
The executive director of the Mass Health Connector is testifying before Congress in Washington, D.C. today.
I will be sharing details on what we at the Health Connector are seeing and hearing right here on the ground in Massachusetts as the harms of inaction bear down on hundreds of thousands of residents.
Senate Democrats are planning a vote Thursday on a 3-year extension of the enhanced ACA tax credits, hoping to prevent premiums from soaring.
It's just astounding that people would pay $500 or $1,000 more a month for their health care. What are they going to do come January 1st?
Meanwhile, GOP senators plan to bring up an alternative proposal for a vote Thursday that does not extend the tax credits, but instead provides funds to enrollees in health savings accounts.
It delivers the benefit directly to the patient, not to the insurance company, and it does it in a way that actually saves money.
December 23rd is the last day that people in Massachusetts can enroll in coverage to begin on January 1st. The state has set up a portal on the Health Connector website to help people navigate this situation. In Boston, Anna Myler, WBZ News.
Back to work today for the Patriots after an off day. There is a lot on the line when they face the Bills on Sunday on WBZ. The Pats can clinch the AFC East title and a playoff spot with a win. So the Pats are already beat Buffalo on the road in Week 5 in prime time on Sunday night. Head coach Mike Vrabel knows this Sunday will be just as tough.
This is a very good football team. There's a reason that they've won this division 5 years in a row. A lot of respect for them. They're never out of it. They may be down, and just like last week, it's a football team that understands that somebody's going to make a play, and then the quarterback is going to give them a chance to the very end.
Start your Sunday with Patriots game day at 11:30 on WBZ. Pats and Bills kick off at 1 o'clock. also on BZ, followed by the fifth quarter postgame show over on TV 38. Why the city of Cambridge is ending its contract with a license plate camera company.
And Paula, on this Wednesday afternoon, we already have the first new weather watchers reporting in. As you can see there, 40s across the board down in Plymouth, Hopkinton, as well as Lexington. And that means we have to tell you about something here. The new Next Weather team is launching a brand new platform for our weather watchers. All new with current and future weather watchers. You need to visit the website again to register. Just go to WBZ.com/WWN and follow the directions. We're excited for you to join the team.
You're watching WBZ News.
The city of Cambridge is ending its contract with the security technology company Flock Safety. The decision comes because of concerns about data privacy and security, as WBZ's Samantha Cheney shows us.
Well, at a time when Cambridge police say collaboration between local governments and federal law enforcement is already strained, they've decided to end their contract with the company Flock Safety as a way to mitigate community concerns about data privacy and security. Police say Flock Safety broke their trust in November when they installed 2 automatic license readers without the city knowing, after being told to remove them all in October. We're told the additional cameras were part of an outstanding work order that should have been canceled when the city deactivated their account. In a public safety meeting yesterday, Flock addressed the issue.
And as soon as this was something that was noticed on our end in the spirit of transparency, we ensured we directly notified law enforcement. I want to clarify a couple things. Number one, at no point in time was any data searched, accessed, queried, or anything like that. Number two, the cameras are down. We removed them. There are no Flock Safety cameras in Cambridge today.
Now, city officials, they say they will continue to explore automatic license readers, but they say the technology will only be used if they can ensure the community's data will be protected. Here in Cambridge, I'm Samantha Cheney, WBZ News.
With a full look at our next weather forecast, when does the rain move in, Jason?
I hate to be the bearer of the bad news. It unfortunately will be arriving around the drive at 5. Some areas will still be a little bit drier there, Paula, but some areas are actually going to begin to get a little bit of wet weather moving back in. And also the first few flakes have already begun to move in across central Mass at this hour here. So what's next on our weather tracker? Let's talk about it here. Periods of rain arriving later on today into the evening hours as well. The rest of the week, though, will be dry but also cold, and with high winds threatening the region for tomorrow, and light snow possible for us by the end of the weekend on Sunday. Let's talk about that timeline here as we roll things out here roughly around 5 p.m. onward through the evening hours. We're talking about some moderate rain at times, but I think for the most part it's actually going to be light and very scattered, okay? We're only talking about 1/10, maybe up to 2/10 of an inch there, and rainfall forecast is actually trying its best to pull in some extra rain down there, but some areas down here may actually be a little bit drier than other areas. The temperatures, that is the biggest thing that you are noticing on this Wednesday, not just for earlier this morning, but also throughout the midday into the afternoon. We have a sizable warm-up upon us as of right now, with that warm front moving north across the region there, allowing for a warmer than average Wednesday afternoon, and we love to feel it, certainly as we've been very cold over the past several days here. 44 degrees, that is the exact average where we should be for this time of year. So it's nice to be average, okay? It's not necessarily a bad thing, especially at this time of year. Breezy winds out of the south as of right now, roughly around 15 miles per hour. This is what we're dealing with here with that gyre of low pressure crawling through Ohio as of right now. Plenty of cold air. As you can see, there were some of those scattered snow showers across portions of northern Pennsylvania, upstate New York there, even pushing into the Berkshires as well as southern Vermont at this hour here. But all this activity is rotating around, friends, just like it does with areas of low pressure rotating counterclockwise. Some first flakes already beginning to push into central and also northern Mass at this hour. Little to no accumulations are expected there because, again, we are still allowing for some warmer temperatures, well above the freezing mark, in fact, there. Some periodic rain showers begin to move inside 495 as we near about 4 to 5 p.m. later this afternoon. It'll no doubt get the windshield wipers going, but again, I don't think they're actually going to be going fairly fast there because it's going to be fairly light. Even around 10 p.m., Boston still is getting in on the wet weather there, with some of that colder air beginning to trickle down and move south into the region. Little to no accumulations, maybe a dusting, maybe around, just going to keep it around a dusting. If you get an inch of snow, I don't think it's going to be bad. It's going to get you a little bit more into the holiday spirit. Then we switch out and we start to talk about gusty winds, friends. Look at the gust. Okay, we're talking about noon tomorrow being around 35 mile per hour gust here in the city. But I think for the Cape and the Islands, we're talking much more about a 40 mile per hour gust there. And even some models are forecasting they could be actually nearing the 50 mile per hour gust range as we near the end of the afternoon and through the early evening hours. This is 7 p.m. tomorrow evening. 48 mile per hour gust there. Yeah, it can definitely get some of the inflatables blowing around. So just make sure they're properly secured before all the rain and all the muck gets into the weather forecast. I'm still forecasting highs to be above average later on this afternoon. We're going to add on top of that 44 another couple degrees or so, maybe 2 to 3 to get us to about 47 to 48 degrees. And then the colder air along with those gusty winds will pull us back down again. What goes up must come down. We'll be back to around the lower 30s for the start of the weekend and also the finish. The only difference, though, is that we're going to be tracking a little bit of flakes moving into the region as well. We have 1 of 2 chances arriving for us. Look at this. Okay, we start to get into Saturday afternoon, a couple flakes moving on down. But as that area of low pressure moves across the country, I think for the most part it'll stay into area south there. We're still going to be on the north side, which means we're still going to be dealing with colder air, which is why we're going to be around 32 degrees. But as that pushes off into Cays in the Gulf of Maine, that'll ignite more cold weather. Another Monday of being well below average, only in the mid-20s for us on Monday, even though we have sunshine. And back around low 30s around the freezing mark on Tuesday, Paula.
All right, Jason, thanks so much. WBZ and the New England Patriots have teamed up for the annual holiday toy drive. You can bring a new unwrapped toy for a child of any age, newborn to 14 years old, to Patriot Place at any time up through Sunday. There are donation bins throughout Patriot Place. Go to patriots.com/community to see the list of specific items kids are looking for. Emmy Award-winning journalist Tony Dokoupil has been named anchor of the CBS Evening News. Dokoupil has 2 decades of experience in journalism. He joined CBS News in 2016. Tony has been a co-anchor of CBS Mornings for the last 6 years. He'll begin his new role on Monday, January 5th. We're wishing him the very best. We'll be right back.
We need you to stand back.
How did this happen? Speak to me!
Diane Kruger stars in a new psychological thriller that focuses on a decade-long friendship between four mothers who have very little in common, but they've been there for each other throughout their journey of motherhood. Based on a best-selling novel by Sarah Vaughan, Little Disasters tells the story of a perfect stay-at-home mom who takes her baby daughter to the hospital with a head injury she cannot explain. This puts the on-duty doctor, also her close friend, in a tough spot, deciding whether or not to involve authorities. WBZ's Brianna Pitt spoke with the award-winning actress to learn more about this new series.
When you were reading the book, reading the script, what about it to you, because I know you're a mom, was most unsettling or kind of scary?
Pretty much all of it. It felt, it was a page turner to read. I hadn't read the book before I got the script, so I was very curious of what happened to baby Betsy. And just like the first episode, when you first meet Jess, my character, you don't really know what's up with her. She's definitely off and acting strange. And then as the episodes unravel, you get to really see what's going on in her head, and that was very much present in the scripts, and it kept me so entertained and wanting to know more. That and then of course, being a mom myself, it felt very real. It felt very realistic of how they describe motherhood and the challenges that come with it.
Yeah, and like you mentioned a little bit, she kind of, when we meet her, she kind of seems like she has a perfect life, but we quickly kind of see the cracks in that a little bit. And I know the show dives into postpartum depression, and you were mentioning like just the emotional toll of motherhood and that it takes on you, and it's so much. Do you think people will see themselves in Jess in any moments? Of course, we know there's a really terrible moment, but will they see themselves in her throughout this series, or maybe just in kind of moments of frustration that she has as a mom, and be able to relate to her in a way?
Yeah, I think she's very relatable. Whether or not you went through postpartum depression or not, I think every one of us is a little bit of Jess. And all the other female characters who are also parents are a little bit of us, right? I think what women or mothers learn, or certainly what I learned, once you have a child, you have this incredible community of other new mothers that forms around you through childcare or, I don't know, school. And they really become the pillar of you being able to do this. But the pressures of motherhood and the pressures that we as women put upon ourselves to be perfect mothers is so insane and intense. And I think that is very well described in this show. So yeah, I hope every mother can see herself in all of the characters.
Yeah, and you're so right about, you have this village around you and kind of your own little group of cheerleaders that makes you feel like you can get through it. They're like the people, I text my mom friends like, oh my gosh, we had the worst day today, and they just make you feel better.
Exactly.
In this scenario, it explores the female relationship too, and the dynamic of that, though, because Jess, of course, we know that the central moment, she brings her daughter to the ER with this head injury that she just cannot explain, and that puts her friend Liz in a really bad position, and she kind of has to make this impossible choice. And so you can really empathize with Liz too when she's put into this position of like, this is one of my best friends, but I almost have to betray her in a way, because what am I doing? What's the right moral thing to do in this scenario?
Absolutely. It's an impossible situation, but she did the right thing. You know, you don't know what's happening behind closed doors. And Jess has been acting strange. So yeah, the show truly delves into all of that. Like, what is going on behind closed doors? Everybody raises their kids differently, believing very strongly that their way is the only right way. And so it gets really dark, and who can you trust, and who has your best interests at heart. So it's an entertaining show for sure. It will keep you on your toes.
Yeah, and it's a 6-part series. And again, that is premiering this week, December 11th on Paramount Plus. So I cannot wait to see this and also read the book too. I always love to do both. Do you feel like that's helpful when you have a book to go off of? I know sometimes that can be hard. Some people like it, some people don't.
I mean, I think it's helpful to a certain extent. Like, for example, for this, like I said, I got the scripts first. I hadn't read the book, and Sarah Vaughan was very present on set, and she actually asked me to read parts of the book, which would inform my character. But she said, please don't read chapter so-and-so, because I think it is, you know, of course, a little bit different. So that was helpful to me that she was there.
Yeah, of course, she was able to help kind of direct you on what you needed to know and didn't need to know to be Jess.
Exactly.
Perfect. Okay, well, I cannot wait to see this. Congratulations on the new series, Diane.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next, the spice McCormick predicts will be the flavor of the year in 2026. Black currant is predicted to be the flavor of the year next year. McCormick predicts that the tart berry will soon be big in American dishes and drinks. With its origins in Europe and Central Asia, black currant is starting to appear on menus in the U.S., notably cocktails and soft drinks. McCormick's flavor of the year is part of its annual report on dining trends. The news continues, now streaming on CBS News Boston. Have a good afternoon. Our next newscast is at 5 p.m. I'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early at 5 a.m.
Live on WBZ TV and streaming on CBS News Boston. WBZ News starts now with breaking news.
We've learned that a Boston Medical Center employee was stabbed on the hospital's campus. Police say the victim was stabbed around 2 a.m. in the area of 850 Harrison Avenue. They were able to take themselves to the emergency room, but we understand the injuries are life-threatening. Police do have a suspect in custody. Also breaking, a major water main break in Worcester. This is right at the intersection of 190 southbound Frontage Road and Shore Drive, right by the YMCA. According to a statement from the city, roads in that area are closed. The water main break is isolated, though, so the water is off, but it is expected to take all day and overnight to repair that. This is the second water main break in the Shore Drive area in just a matter of days. I'm Paula Eben. We're following more breaking news in Worcester. The Office of the Child Advocate has released details about its investigation into the death of a 4-year-old girl whose father is charged in her murder. Azella Ortiz died on October 15th of last year. She was found with multiple blunt force injuries. Now, in the findings released today, the report found that Azella and her 2 siblings were chronically neglected. The investigation says that the Massachusetts Child Welfare Agency failed to properly respond to warning signs about the parents in the years leading up to Azella's death, such as the parents' substance use. The Department of Children and Families closed the case when it believed the family had moved out of state.
The OCA findings in this case mirror patterns identified in multiple other cases reviewed by the OCA. First, the OCA finds that DCF did not have a strong clinical formulation for this family, which is to say, they did not fully or accurately understand the family dynamics, capacities, and challenges, resulting in ineffective intervention.
Azella's father, Francisco Ortiz, has been charged with her murder. He's currently in jail awaiting trial. A friend who spent New Year's Eve with Brian and Anna Walshe testified today in Brian Walshe's murder trial. Jem Mutlu is believed to be the last person to see Anna alive before she disappeared. She spent New Year's Eve he spent New Year's Eve with the couple, and he testified that Anna had told him she was having issues in her marriage, but everything seemed normal as they celebrated New Year's Eve. Mutlu said he later got a call from Brian asking if he'd seen Anna and saying that Anna had left their home New Year's Day.
He said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock.
Mutlu said there was no panic in Walshe's voice as they talked about his wife being missing. You can continue to watch the Brian Walshe trial live on our streaming service, CBS News Boston. You can also find it on the CBS News app, WBZ.com, or Pluto TV. Turning now to next weather, and we are warming up after that frigid start to the week as we look down on the State House, but we could see some showers later tonight. WBZ meteorologist Jason Michaels here with our next weather forecast. If the warmer temperatures mean a little rain, Jason, I think we'll take it.
I think we'll take it too. Hey, we definitely need it here. We already are beginning to see a bit of a changeover happen outside. You certainly are feeling it as well, with temperatures warming up well into the 40s there. But the increasing clouds, that is a clear sign that we have some weather moving on in. Look at that. Western Mass and Central Mass already getting the first snow showers moving on in. But all of this activity that you see here, friends, will be rotating counterclockwise around. This is actually going to bring in more warmer air and also allow from these scattered snow showers to switch over to rain. Obviously, being well above the freezing mark, we are not expecting any sort of snow showers here in the Boston area, even points south there. Temperatures are roughly 20 degrees warmer from 24 hours ago, and the 40s never felt so good. We're at 44 degrees in the city of Boston as of right now and making the climb towards 50 degrees out on the Cape. deep. Lower 50s out on the islands as of right now, and still trying to pull ourselves together over in Worcester County. Mid-30s there for them as we go past this noon hour. We should be averaging around 44 degrees, so we are right on the nose of the average daytime high, and we have not been there for quite some time. Today, we broke the streak of being below average in terms of surface highs. 31 degrees. We were warmer than the average earlier this morning as well. So Wednesday, we like how it feels there. Rain showers are going to be ramping up after we get past the dry.
Yes, sure.
As entering, all rise.
Please be seated. Clerk's now in session. Turn off your cell phones, please.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Christopher Bernosone. Sir, could you call me, please? Please, clerk, just raise your right hand for me, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Right this way. Just do me a favor, just take your time, just watch your step. Here, you can have a seat, just pull that a little close.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Christopher Bernosone, and the last name is Bernasconi.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for TJ Maxx.
What do you do for TJ Maxx?
I'm a district loss prevention manager for District 1102, which is Metro Boston.
And how long have you been with TJ Maxx?
30 years.
And within Metro Boston, does that include the Norwell store?
It does not.
It does not. Have you had the opportunity to review videos from the Norwell store, though?
Yes.
And have you been designated as the keeper of records for TJ Maxx for those videos?
Yes.
And have you helped produce those videos prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Did you review them and make sure that they were that they had not been altered in any way?
Yes.
One of the videos, though, there's a person that's blurred. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Is that done because the person wasn't 18?
That is correct.
Now, the videos that you turned over, that you helped produce from TJ Maxx, that was done in January of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And TJ Maxx, they maintain their videos in the normal course of business?
Correct.
And they are done in good faith?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sir, is this the drive that you were looking at that had the videos from TJ Maxx on it?
It is.
It is for January 4th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have the drive of January 4th, 2023 TJ Maxx videos from Norwell, March 6th.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
And the TJ Maxx thumb drive 1/4/23 is now in evidence as Exhibit 263.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish Exhibit 263?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video entrance? And Ms. Gilman, if you could press pause. Sir, where is this in the Norwell store?
This is referred to as the entry public view monitor, capturing the entrance of the TJ Maxx in Norwell.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 1 minute and 28 seconds on the video player? And Mr. Bernosone, at the top of the video is a label. That is, do you see that? 2003-0104? The title of the video?
Yes.
You see that?
I do.
Okay. And the time on the video, is it fair to say that's 9:44 and 24 seconds as far as the start time?
That's correct.
Sir, are there any issues with the TJ Maxx videos as far as the accuracy of their time?
They're very accurate.
If you could press play. Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video cue? And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 8 minutes and 12 seconds on the video player, media player? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if you could press play. Sir, where is this in the store?
This is the public view monitor in the queue line, which is essentially the checkout area.
And Ms. Gilman, can we go to the final video for Register 4? Sir, where is this in the store?
This is above the cash register, Register 4, I believe.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And Your Honor, may I approach one last time?
You may.
Mr. Bernosone, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Is this a receipt for the transaction that you just showed us videos of?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from TJ Maxx for January 4th from Norwell as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to Exhibit 263 is now in evidence as 264.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth
Publish it, yes?
publish it? I just want to make sure I caught it to the court reporter.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Bernosone, what is the address for this store?
It's 10 Washington Street, Norwell, Massachusetts.
And does this share a parking lot with another TJX store?
Yes, the Home Goods division.
And could we go all the way down to the bottom? Right there. Sir, how is this transaction conducted? Was it cash or charge?
It was a store value card used to make payment in this particular transaction.
And how much was the transaction for?
$133.94.
And going all the way down to the bottom, if we may, what was the date and time of the transaction?
January 4th, 2023 at 9:53:59 a.m.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
No cross. Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Alyssa Kirby. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
You just follow me, please, okay? Take your time, just watch your step. You can have a seat. Just pull that chair a little tight.
Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your name?
Yes, Alyssa Kirby, ALISSA KIRB as in boy, Y.
And where were you living in December of 2022?
I was living in Chevy Chase, Washington, D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna and Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Walshes?
We were friends. I was introduced through my brother and sister-in-law.
And what's your brother's name?
Peter Kirby.
Okay. And so how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walshe?
Yeah. Anna and I quickly became really close friends. And yeah, we were new best friends, we called it. And we spent a lot of time together. We just kind of clicked like sisters.
And when did you become so close?
Shortly after she moved to Washington, D.C. and lived nearby.
So you said she lived nearby?
Yes.
Can you tell us how far she lived from you?
About 5 minutes around the corner, 5-minute walk.
And how often would you see her when you, once she moved to Washington, D.C.?
I would say we planned to try to see each other about once a week. It wasn't always that, but about that.
And how often would you communicate with her?
Similarly, about once a week, or when she would come back to D.C., we'd talk about when we could meet up and hang out.
And did you know Will Fastow?
I knew of him, yes.
And how did you know of Will Fastow?
Shortly after I started spending more time with Anna, she would talk to me about him as the man who sold her house, but then her interest in him and just hearing a lot about him as a person.
And what did she tell you about him?
She told me of that she was interested in him, that she had a crush on him, but it was a lot more talk about their connection and, like, I guess what she wanted to have happen with him and her, I guess, just her interest.
And what did she tell you about telling Brian Walshe about this crush on Will Fastow?
She told me that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will and that he knew.
In Christmas of 2022, did you have communication with Brian Walshe on that day?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Brian called me that day, and because he rarely or almost never called me, I answered, and he was looking for Anna because he said he hadn't heard from her. And so, because she lived around the corner, I offered to go over there and check on her.
And what happened? Did you go over and check on her?
As I was getting ready to go, he had messaged me back that he had gotten in touch with her.
So when you say that you had talked to him first and offered to check on her, did you do that in text, on the phone, or something else?
I believe that first time was a phone call, and then later it was a text message.
And do you remember what time of day that phone call was?
Not exactly, but maybe I feel like it was noon or early afternoon.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you spoke to him on the phone?
That day, I think he was worried or a little bit nervous.
And approximately how long was it after you had spoken to him that he texted you?
I think it was within like 10 minutes because I was getting ready to go, and it was fast enough that I hadn't left yet.
And did you speak with Anna Walshe that day on Christmas Day?
Yes.
And when did you speak with Anna Walshe that day?
It was late, much later that day in the afternoon. I was already with family for the holiday, and she called me as she was driving up to Massachusetts.
And what was her demeanor when she called you?
She was very upset.
And when you say very upset, can you describe that?
Yeah, she was angry, and she was upset that Brian would have called me that day because, she said that she'd only not spoken to him for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, that it really hadn't been that long. And, there was already some strife, and then she had...
Sustained, non-responsive. So I'll strike the last part. Ask the next question.
Certainly. So how long did you speak with her for that day?
Maybe like 20 minutes.
Okay. And did you arrange to see her again?
Yes.
And when did you plan to see Anna Walshe?
I can't remember exactly when we planned it, but I know we had planned a day to get together right before New Year's to kind of see each other, hang out, catch up, and like celebrate like a New Year's together.
And did you see her to have that celebration?
Yes.
And what day was that you saw her to have that celebration?
I believe it was the 29th.
And that was the 29th of what month?
Oh, December.
Of 2022.
Correct.
And where did you go?
We went a few places. We started at the bar that was across from where we lived, that we'd been to a few times. And then we later went out to a karaoke dancing bar.
And how long did you stay out that night?
Like 6 hours.
So, what was her demeanor that night?
So that night, because of what happened after Christmas, she was really upset. She was kind of breaking down because everything had been really hard, which Anna was always a very strong person, so that was very unusual for her. And she was just really upset about so much. She had really hit a breaking point. And yeah, we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
Miss Kirby, can you tell me what she was upset about?
She was primarily upset about her and Brian's relationship, about being so far away from the kids, and feeling like she was upset having found out that the federal case was delayed, or she thought that the federal case was delayed by Brian, and that she just really wanted to be with her kids. Their marriage had been really strained for a long time, and she told me how upset she was and how frustrating that was, and how she was really at a breaking point.
Jurors, I'm going to remind you that the statements that are being offered with regard to Anna Walsh's state of mind are admissible, again, limited to establishing her state of mind, as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill. To the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing the defendant's federal case, Anna's statements are admitted only to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any criminal offense. You may proceed.
Thank you. Had you seen her like this before?
No. Anna was usually someone very, very happy, very joyful, very strong.
Okay, no characterizations, just your observations. Next question.
When talking, did she use specific words about what she had said to the defendant, which she had said to Brian Walshe, about the legal case?
What she told me about that was that she was upset because she wanted him to take responsibility. She wanted their family together. She wanted that whole process to be over, and she wanted him to be responsible, be accountable, and do whatever he had to do to keep their family together.
And what did she mean? What did she tell you that she meant by the word responsibility?
Yeah, at that point in time, responsibility was potentially just taking jail time and admitting wrongdoing and just owning a mistake, and so that their family, that she would be waiting for them and that their family could be together.
Did she give you specifics of what she had told you about the amount of time?
I think it was all an estimate, but at the time she thought maybe a year.
What did she tell you about the physical separation and her family staying together?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask that well. What did she tell you about being in different states and what that physical separation might mean?
Yeah, that it was really difficult for the family, but that also, because of how difficult things were, she was contemplating what that could mean legally being able to take her children to Washington, D.C., And also the physical separation from a husband was very difficult for her.
What, if anything, did she tell you about having established a separate household?
That she had told me that everything was set up in her name, the house in Washington, D.C., and the bills were, everything was in her name. So she was trying to figure out a way that she could have the kids with her in D.C.
What, if anything, did she tell you about her intimate relationship with Brian Walshe?
She told me that, you know, aside from everything being really difficult, that they had not been intimate in a really long time, like maybe over a year, I think she had said.
And what did she tell you as to why?
She said it was because that Brian had been really depressed and that the strain of the case had really just taken a toll on his mental health and their marriage, and that she felt also that that her energy was being really drained. Yeah.
Was she specific about what she meant by her energy being drained?
Yeah, at that time, she was saying that Brian was calling her several times a day, that she felt physically and emotionally exhausted traveling back and forth from DC to Massachusetts. There was just a lot on her body, mind, soul, and spirit, and that, that also just like emotionally feeling like she had to be the strong one was very draining for her.
What did she tell you about Brian and his mother?
She had always said that.
Your Honor, objection. I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Ms. Kirby, in this conversation on December 29th, what did she tell you about Brian and his mother and a psychic?
She told me that Brian had told her that his mom went to a psychic and that the psychic had said that she was having an affair. And that night she told me how ridiculous that was and how like she was very upset by that, and she'd always felt that Brian's mom didn't like her, and that it was scary.
Did she say why? Why that was scary?
Yeah, I think because she always.
Objection as to, I think. Yes, sustained.
Did she say why? Not your opinion, just did she say why in that conversation?
Yes, what she said as to why was that she felt like his mom never really liked her and never like wanted her in the picture, basically.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to publish from one picture from Exhibit 145 on page 39.
It's already in evidence?
It is already in evidence,
You may
just the picture.
You may publish it.
Thank you. Ms. Kirby, do you recognize that picture? Yes. Can you tell me who's that a picture of?
Picture of me and Anna.
And when was that picture taken?
That night we went out on the 29th.
I'm sorry, did you say that was the night from the 29th? That was during that night of December 29th?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you see Anna Walshe after the evening of December 29th into December 30th, because you said you were out late, of 2022?
No.
When did, if you know, when did she leave for Massachusetts?
She left that next day on the 30th.
And when did you expect her to return to Washington, D.C.?
I think she had said like the third or fourth. It was a few days after New Year's. She was planning to come back.
Of January?
Correct.
Okay. And when was the last time that you communicated with Anna Walshe?
Right after midnight on New Year's Day.
And after that exchange with Anna Walshe on New Year's Day, right after midnight, did you get text from Brian Walshe?
Yes, on the 2nd.
Your Honor, I'd ask to get an exhibit and then approach.
You may.
I'm approaching with exhibit 164.
164?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
You want to just look at that for a moment. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And you can look through it all.
Okay.
Okay. And what are those?
Text messages between me and Brian.
Your Honor, may we publish Exhibit 164 for the jury?
You may.
Thank you. So I'd specifically like to ask about on January 3rd, if we could go down. Can you read on page 2, can you read that in green?
Yes. It says, hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And how did you respond to that?
I said, hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu and I'm super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And when did you send that?
It looks like on January 3rd at 12:51 p.m.
And then did Mr. Walshe respond to you?
He said, you're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And then did you contact him later?
After that, I said, thank you. Yeah, and then the next morning, I was sick, so I slept the whole day. And the next morning, when I realized I hadn't heard back, I texted him, did you ever hear back?
And then what happened?
And then he said, no, they're looking for her at work now. And that's when I got really scared that something was wrong.
So what did you do after hearing that?
After that, I called my brother and I asked if he had heard from her and was explaining the situation.
You're going to object at this point.
Well, we can stop the publication. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
So just tell me what you did. What did you do?
After the text message, I called my brother and...
That's fine.
Okay.
That's all. And then what did you do after calling your brother? Did you speak with Brian Walshe at some point on the phone?
I did, but I don't remember if it was later that day or the next day on the phone.
And who was on the phone with Brian Walshe?
There were some calls that was just me and Brian, and there was one call with Brian and his mother.
And what was the call with Brian and his mother like?
Well, his mother was pretty combative. I think she sounded...
You approach Sidebar? Yes.
going back for just a moment on the 29th, did Anna ever tell you how Brian reacted to his mother saying, the psychic saying that she was having an affair?
Yeah, she told me that he thought it was equally as crazy, or that was what he said to her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to swap out one and give you another. Recognize that jacket.
Yes.
Can you tell me what...
Just stay on the microphone so we can hear you.
Sorry. Can you tell me how you recognize that jacket?
As Anna's jacket, one that she wore.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
All right. Any objection to that?
None, thank you.
Jurors, that'll be marked into an evidence as Exhibit 264, photo of Anna. The face of Anna Walshe is blurred out for that photo, but there's no dispute that that is a photo of her in the jacket, in a jacket. Thank you. 265? Oh, yes. Thank you.
265.
265, yes.
And I'd ask that this be published to the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cross? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kirby.
Good afternoon.
It sounds like you and Anna got very close very fast.
Yes.
When she was down there, you guys would try to see each other about once a week?
Yeah.
Okay. And while she was down there, she was working for Tishman Speyer?
Yes.
And obviously you would text or talk on the phone sometimes during the week?
Yes.
And sometimes go for coffee walks around the neighborhoods?
Not coffee, but often walks, or we would meet up. Yeah.
I'm imposing my own desire in that. Okay. And her work schedule was pretty demanding while she was down in D.C.
Yes.
And it wasn't uncommon that she would work until 7 or 8 o'clock at night?
Yeah, that was what she would tell me, yes.
Okay. And then on top of that, she was flying back and forth to Boston on Thursdays or Fridays and returning on Sunday nights or Mondays?
Yeah, often Mondays and then returning Thursday or Friday.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about that Christmas Day phone call from Mr. Walshe.
Okay.
You had mentioned that it was not common or out of the ordinary for him to have called you.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described him on that call as nervous and worried, right?
Yes.
And this was Christmas Day?
Yes.
And I think you told us it was about noon or a little bit past noon when he had reached out to you?
Mm-hmm.
And what he said is that he and the boys were expecting her home for Christmas and he hadn't heard from her.
What I recall he said was just asking me if I had heard from her because he hadn't heard from her.
Okay. And because of that nervousness or worry in his voice, you actually offered to go swing by her house to see if she was there.
Yeah, I thought that she was already back home for Christmas, and so that worried me, so I offered to go over.
Okay. And I think you said within 10 or 15 minutes he actually reached out to be like, we're good. She reached out to me. She's okay.
He said he had heard from her.
Okay. You had told us that you had also spoken to Anna on the 25th on the telephone?
Yes.
And you were telling us that she was angry and upset that Mr. Walshe had called you.
Yes, she was angry that, he had bothered me that day with that because she felt it had not been that long since they had spoken.
Okay. So it was Christmas Day and she was upset that he bothered you on a holiday and that he worried you. You had mentioned that Anna had a friend named William Fastow?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told us that she shared with you that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And she told you that she told her husband that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And that Anna, when she was talking about sharing that with her husband, that they always had an open, honest relationship.
Yes, that's what she said.
Okay. And in that conversation, when she was telling you about how she had told her husband about having a crush on Will, that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
When she told me that, I was surprised, and she said that was their relationship. They were open, and that he wasn't jealous.
And not only was he not jealous, that she kind of wished he was a little more jealous.
I think in the way that a wife would want a husband to be protective, yes.
Okay. And during the time you were friends in D.C. with Anna, and during these conversations, she never told you that she was having a romantic relationship with Will Fastow?
Not specifically, no. We talked a lot about Will, but not that anything had ever actually happened.
Okay. So you believe that, but she never told you that they had been romantic or intimate?
Correct.
I think you had said that during this conversation on the 29th, Anna had said that lately she was just feeling drained of energy, right?
Drained of energy just due to everything going on, yeah.
Okay. And she had also told you that she was someone that would stay up late and get up early in the morning, right?
I think she kept a busy schedule, not that she specifically always stayed up late and got up early, but that, she was doing a lot, and she just was a very energetic, passionate person.
And towards the end of December, there was a shift. There was a change in that.
Yes.
And she told you that she was falling asleep earlier and getting up later, and that was unusual for her.
Yeah, that she was really just starting to be sad, and everything was taking a toll on her. Yeah.
Okay. And it was when she was reporting this to you, she was talking about how even sleep, that she was falling asleep earlier, falling asleep earlier in the night. She was sleeping later in the morning than she usually would.
I don't recall that exactly, just that she said that she felt so tired and burnt out.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had plans to get together on 12/29, but you also had plans to go out on December 20th. The week before.
I don't think I remember that exactly.
Okay.
But we often would try to make plans and then things would shuffle, so.
Okay. The plans I'm talking about on the 20th, she had canceled because she wasn't feeling well.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Right.
You shared with us during that long night out with Anna that the two of you were talking a lot about how it was difficult that she was away from her family. Yes?
Yes, okay.
I'll apologize. And she told you that, she said to Brian, you need to resolve this. Even if you go to jail, we'll be here for you when you get out.
She didn't specifically say, like, this, then this. It was more like a conversation about taking responsibility, accountability, what that would mean, that could mean just owning it and taking the jail time if that was because the sentencing hadn't happened. So we didn't know exactly what it would be, but that was something she wanted for him to take care of their family in that way and just take responsibility, have it be done.
And I think you told us earlier on direct that she said to him, we'll be there even if that happens, meaning her and the boys.
And I don't think she said that directly. It was more like communicating to me that she wanted their family to be together even if that meant
Okay.
jail time. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they were still figuring out like what to do. They'd been living apart and she wasn't sure what would happen.
And so what you're telling us is that she wanted her family together and that she wanted him to do whatever it took so that her and Brian and the boys could be together.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Ms. Kirby, did she want her family together?
Objection, Your Honor.
She stated it. She can answer it. So rephrase the question.
On December 29th, did she tell you, did she want her family together?
I think.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, listen to the question. Answer the question if you can.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she wanted her family together?
She said that she wanted her family together. She also was exhausted and not really sure what to do, but I think she wanted her.
As to, I think. All right. Sustained.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she loved the defendant, Brian Walshe?
She told me that he would often not tell her he loved her and would always ask her how much she was in love with him, and that she told me that this time she answered not as much because of everything that had happened. And yeah, that she was falling out of love, and also that she wanted, you know, I think she saw.
Objection, Your Honor. As
Again,
I think she saw.
I know it's a long time ago, but it has to be the statement she made to you, not what you think or what you understood from it. It's statements that she made to you.
Okay, sorry. And on December 29th of 2022, how did she physically appear to you?
Tired.
And on December 29th of 2022, did you go out to karaoke?
Yes.
And did she go dancing?
Yeah, it was karaoke dancing.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you. House counsel at the side of the bench.
Jurors, I'm going to read another stipulation to you now. And this is a stipulation, again, an agreement of the parties, simply an agreement of the parties. A stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of Brian Walshe. Brian Walshe was arraigned in the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walshe pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for the scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walshe was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months, restitution in the amount of approximately $475,000. January 2023, Brian Walshe had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walshe was represented by a lawyer in all stages of this federal case. Commonwealth may call the next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
All right, thank you. With that, jurors, I told you that this case proceeds in chapters. That chapter of this case is closed. That is, the Commonwealth has presented all the evidence that it wishes to present in this case. As I've told you from the beginning, there is no obligation, no burden on the defendant to do anything. And so I remind you of that. The burden does not rest with the defendant. All the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth, and it stays always on the Commonwealth. The defendant has the option to present evidence if he wishes to. I'm going to suspend the hearings for today, and we'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, ready to begin the day. Thank you very much. And before you leave, I remind you, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you receive the evidence in this trial. Have a good night, jurors.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Jurors, please leave your notebooks in the chairs. Watch your step.
Be seated.
What do we need to discuss?
First, we probably need to discuss the defendant would move for a required finding of not guilty.
Go right ahead.
And
She can share.
Give me a second to read your pleading. All right, I'll hear from you.
for the most part, Judge, I'm just going to rely on that pleading, but what's important in this case, for purposes of arguing the Lattimore standard and the required finding, is that in the facts and circumstances of this case, even if you consider all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, that the circumstantial evidence and the inferences have not been proven on the elements of premeditation and intent. And it's important to distinguish the fact that where inferences can be reasonable when they have to do with other factual issues that do not constitute the specific elements of the crime charged, here the inference must be beyond a reasonable doubt because it must support the element of premeditated murder, and it must support the specific intent to kill. And whereas the Commonwealth has based their whole prosecution on what we characterize as a three-pronged approach, that motive evidence that they theorize supports an inference of intent and premeditation, they have failed to present the type of quantity and quality of evidence that would then result in an inference beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walshe ever premeditated a murder or ever manifested the specific intent to kill. The three-prong approach that the Commonwealth took in this case was that Mr. Walshe was motivated by financial interest, which has not been established by any inference sufficient to carry the day, even on the Lattimore standard. The second prong is that somehow Mr. Walshe was using his children and his role as primary care provider to avoid going to prison, and that has not been established by any sufficient evidence. And then there's the third prong, and it has to do with the affair, and where it seems clear that the Commonwealth has established that Anna Walshe did in fact engage in an intimate affair with William Fastow. They have failed to establish sufficiently to withstand the Lattimore standard that he even knew about the affair. In fact, if you consider the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth from their own witnesses, there is no evidence presented to this jury that he knew about the affair, that he reacted to any knowledge of the affair. And in fact, the reaction that he had fell far short of someone that was even jealous of the fact that Miss Walshe reported to him specifically that she had a crush on Mr. Fastow. And I understand, we understand that whereas motive is not an element, that's not what we're arguing. And I say in our motion that if the government stands up and says since motive is not an element, that the argument that we just made doesn't apply. Well, that misses the point, because that is the whole foundation of their prosecution in this case. And so respectfully, Judge, in the unusual circumstances and the complex circumstances presented in this case, I would ask that a required finding be entered on indictment 001.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Viewed in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence is sufficient for a jury to find the defendant guilty of the premeditated murder of Anna Walshe. Your Honor, as to evidence that the defendant killed Anna Walshe, the defendant was the only adult in the house on January 1st after Mr. Mutlu left. There's evidence before the court that Anna was a fit and active 39-year-old, and in fact that she participated in a vigorous exercise class at Bar Method on the 31st of December, where she demonstrated that she was in good physical condition. Evidence of the bloody slippers, bloody bath towels, bloody carpet, on his broken Gucci necklace, combined with the defendant's internet searches about cleaning blood from wood floors, his purchase of large quantities of cleaning products, are sufficient for the jury to find that Anna met a violent death in the living quarters of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. I'd also point out there was a cut on the defendant's thumb, and there was evidence that he did purchase Band-Aids and some antibiotic cream on January 1st. As to deliberate premeditations, there's evidence that the defendant was aware of Anna's relationship with another man. He told police that he monitored the Chase credit card statement. That is an evidence before the court That statement includes a purchase of a plane ticket to Dublin and over the Thanksgiving holiday in 2022. The defendant was aware of Anna's itinerary. He told police that he had suggested that she go out during a layover in Frankfurt, which she did have a layover in Frankfurt at one point of that travel. And again, looking at that travel, it's clear that looking at the chase statement that it was indicated a trip to Dublin. And the defendant told police that she had only gone to Serbia to see her mother. And I suggest the evidence is more than sufficient to find that he was aware of that trip to Dublin. He also searched Will Fastow's name on December 25th, and he also researched emergencies in buildings that Anna managed in D.C. I'd also point out that the defendant's phone, which he said was mislaid from December 31st to January 2nd, he told Mr. Mutlu that when Mr. Mutlu came for the New Year's Eve dinner. That phone was repeatedly unlocked and connected to a power source while it was supposedly missing. The evidence indicates that the defendant used that phone to create an alibi for himself. It explains why he was not contacting Anna. And then when he did say he recovered the phone, he started sending text messages to Anna, and he later showed those messages to police. It suggests he was using the missing phone as a way to create an alibi for himself. And to explain why there was he didn't have the phone with him when he went to Vin and Liquors and threw something into the dumpster, or when he was in Lowe's buying cleaning supplies and cutting tools on January 1st. Your Honor, there's also ample evidence of motive. There's evidence that the jury can find that if Anna took the children to D.C., the possibility of the defendant avoiding jail time on the federal charges would lessen. We heard testimony today about the impact of that on Anna and what she intended to do. Anna also had life insurance policies and financial accounts, which the defendant was the named beneficiary, and he stood to inherit substantial funds if Anna Walshe were deceased. And also, Your Honor, the defendant's elaborate web of lies regarding Anna allegedly leaving for a work emergency in D.C. He lied to friends, family, and the police about that. I suggest that that also is sufficient evidence to give this case to the jury and would ask that you deny that motion for required finding of not guilty.
All right. The Latimer standard dictates that I take every inference, all the evidence and all the reasonable inferences from that evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. Adopting that standard, I'm not convinced by the defendant's motion. I'm not going to repeat the evidence that the Commonwealth has just, in brief, summarized for the court. That evidence that this jury has heard and seen is adequate to allow the jury to deliberate the case, in that, again, drawing all the inferences, reasonable inferences from the evidence that's before this jury, there is sufficient evidence for this case to go to the jury for them to determine the three elements that are before them. But it gets over the Latimer standard. So the defendant's motion is denied.
We would just object to the record.
I understand. You indicated to me at the side of the bench that there were some evidentiary issues you wanted to address with me.
There are. Can we go to the sidebar for these, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
All right. So I think that we all have our tasks for the evening, and I'll see you back tomorrow. Anybody need anything? All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Live on WBZ TV and streaming on CBS News Boston. WBZ News starts now with breaking news.
We've learned that a Boston Medical Center employee was stabbed on the hospital's campus. Police say the victim was stabbed around 2 a.m. in the area of 850 Harrison Avenue. They were able to take themselves to the emergency room, but we understand the injuries are life-threatening. Police do have a suspect in custody. Also breaking, a major water main break in Worcester. This is right at the intersection of 190 southbound Frontage Road and Shore Drive, right by the YMCA. According to a statement from the city, roads in that area are closed. The water main break is isolated, though, so the water is off, but it is expected to take all day and overnight to repair that. This is the second water main break in the Shore Drive area in just a matter of days. I'm Paula Eben. We're following more breaking news in Worcester. The Office of the Child Advocate has released details about its investigation into the death of a 4-year-old girl whose father is charged in her murder. Azella Ortiz died on October 15th of last year. She was found with multiple blunt force injuries. Now, in the findings released today, the report found that Azella and her 2 siblings were chronically neglected. The investigation says that the Massachusetts Child Welfare Agency failed to properly respond to warning signs about the parents in the years leading up to Azella's death, such as the parents' substance use. The Department of Children and Families closed the case when it believed the family had moved out of state.
The OCA findings in this case mirror patterns identified in multiple other cases reviewed by the OCA. First, the OCA finds that DCF did not have a strong clinical formulation for this family, which is to say, they did not fully or accurately understand the family dynamics, capacities, and challenges, resulting in ineffective intervention.
Azella's father, Francisco Ortiz, has been charged with her murder. He's currently in jail awaiting trial. A friend who spent New Year's Eve with Brian and Anna Walshe testified today in Brian Walshe's murder trial. Jem Mutlu is believed to be the last person to see Anna alive before she disappeared. She spent New Year's Eve he spent New Year's Eve with the couple, and he testified that Anna had told him she was having issues in her marriage, but everything seemed normal as they celebrated New Year's Eve. Mutlu said he later got a call from Brian asking if he'd seen Anna and saying that Anna had left their home New Year's Day.
He said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I mean, I said, I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock.
Mutlu said there was no panic in Walshe's voice as they talked about his wife being missing. You can continue to watch the Brian Walshe trial live on our streaming service, CBS News Boston. You can also find it on the CBS News app, WBZ.com, or Pluto TV. Turning now to next weather, and we are warming up after that frigid start to the week as we look down on the State House. But we could see some showers later tonight. WBZ meteorologist Jason Michaels here with our next weather forecast. If the warmer temperatures mean a little rain, Jason, I think we'll take it.
I think we'll take it too. Hey, we definitely need it here. We already are beginning to see a bit of a changeover happen outside. You certainly are feeling it as well, with temperatures warming up well into the 40s there. But the increasing clouds, that is a clear sign that we have some weather moving on in. Look at that. Western Mass and Central Mass already getting the first snow showers moving on in. But all of this activity that you see here, friends, will be rotating counterclockwise around. This is actually going to bring in more warmer air and also allow from these scattered snow showers to switch over to rain. Obviously, being well above the freezing mark, we are not expecting any sort of snow showers here in the Boston area, even points south there. Temperatures are roughly 20 degrees warmer from 24 hours ago, and the 40s never felt so good. We're at 44 degrees in the city of Boston as of right now, and making the climb towards 50 degrees out on the Cape. Lower 50s out on the islands as of right now, and still trying to pull ourselves together over in Worcester County. Mid-30s there for them as we go past this noon hour. We should be averaging around 44 degrees, so we are right on the nose of the average daytime high, and we have not been there for quite some time. Today, we broke the streak of being below average in terms of surface highs. 31 degrees. We were warmer than the average earlier this morning as well. So Wednesday, we like how it feels there. Rain showers are going to be ramping up after we get past the drive at 5, around 6 to 7, perhaps even onward through about 8 to 9 p.m. We're not expecting a deluge nor a washout there, but again, some areas likely going to be receiving roughly around 1/10 and maybe up to 2/10 of an inch of rain. Here's how everything unfolds here, friends. You can see there around 5 p.m. starting to push all of this energy in. We're still actually dealing with these south winds. We're actually going to be breezy at times there before that colder pocket of air begins to move on in. Some of the rain showers continue through the Boston area around bedtime later on this evening, and then that cold, dry air and winds will be gusting for Thursday here. Paula, we have to talk about that because the winds tomorrow will definitely be the theme of our weather story. Those full details coming up a little bit later in the broadcast.
Yeah, wind on the way. All right, Jason, thank you. The U.S. Senate will vote on 2 health care plans tomorrow, but neither is expected to pass. And that means premiums will go up in the new year for people who got health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. The impact will be felt here in Massachusetts. WBZ's Anna Myler shows us how.
About 10,000 Massachusetts residents have dropped health plans they obtained through the Massachusetts Health Connector. This is happening just weeks before health premiums are set to go way up. Governor Maura Healey is calling on President Trump and Congress to take action before the end of the year when Affordable Care Act tax credits are set to expire, leading to a drastic increase in health insurance premiums.
People are going to see their health insurance costs go up, double, triple.
Governor Healey says more than 300,000 Massachusetts residents could be impacted if they expire.
A lot of them are small business owners. They're people who are self-employed. They're middle-class families, single parents, all across our state.
The executive director of the Mass Health Connector is testifying before Congress in Washington, D.C. today.
I will be sharing details on what we at the Health Connector are seeing and hearing right here on the ground in Massachusetts as the harms of inaction bear down on hundreds of thousands of residents.
Senate Democrats are planning a vote Thursday on a 3-year extension of the enhanced ACA tax credits, hoping to prevent premiums from soaring.
It's just astounding that people would pay $500 or $1,000 more a month for their health care. What are they going to do? Come January 1st,
Meanwhile, GOP senators plan to bring up an alternative proposal for a vote Thursday that does not extend the tax credits, but instead provides funds to enrollees in health savings accounts.